And hello everyone. Welcome to tonight's stream. Well, I don't see in everyone just yet, but yeah, I'm sure soon. I was gonna get started at 7, but oh, hello thunderstorm lightning. I actually got carried away with a recording session, which I hadn't done in a while. So, well, aside from last week. So, I'd like to thank Mr. Meatface, aka Piggle, for the new starting soon thing. For anyone who sees it later in post, we haven't had it updated, any updated graphics in a while, and he's like, you know, I can do this. So there's that. Oh, I gotta take this off. Where's the thing? There we go. I'm like, something's not right. Like, oh yeah, this is still on. Oh, I got to don't split over tops of things. Wait, my bro Piggle's live too? Oh, this is becoming a conflict of interest, isn't it? Oh, maybe he's not anymore. Well, he was. So. Oh, where's my thing? It's a little quieter than I thought. Oh, I turned it down. Because the Wii U was louder, apparently. So this is where we last left ourselves. I actually had never seen this thing change, really. I think I've only ever seen it in the courtroom before. Now that I think about it. Welcome, Melts. How's it going today? I honestly won't be surprised if, say, someone, like I say, does not show up tonight. Mostly just because it's his birthday. So, a brief recap of the case so far. The previous case ended, so I'm not going to be bothering to recap all of that. That was a lot of nonsense that happened last stream. So if you haven't, but for the relevant information for this stream, so we've been living in Herlock Sholmes' attic for the last forever, and I haven't really been enjoying anything I normally like doing. I know how that feels, honestly. You get that hobby burnout or whatever you want to call it. So we've been living with Herlock Sholmes, and we were investigating his missing violin or something. I don't know. It was something like he got the wrong thing from the pawnbrokers. So we went down there to get it back for him, and we get pulled up into a little spat with the thief from the third case, our first case in the UK, the girl with the smoke grenade gun, or was it yeah. She was at the pawn shop trying to pawn something or whatever. Some fake gentleman comes up, tries to steal her stuff, makes a break for it from the police, and tried to steal the girl's stuff. Turns out the stuff she had was for Mr. McGillahead, the guy we defended in the first Great Britain case, and who had died. So why she was getting his stuff, who knows? We don't know yet. So I don't know if there's anything else we're going to find out. So we're going to find out something as we go on. Say, it's what I ain't grown-ups. All they do is feed you a pack of lies and take stuff away from you. She paid the fee, too. Not really, Miss Lestrade. Tell me, is that overcoat keeping you warm? What? Oh my, surely you were given that. Yeah, the D let me keep it after I looked daggers in them for long enough. He went through the pockets and said, "Go on then, have it," before telling me to scamper. Always pays off, giving people it looked like you ate them. I can't help feeling that it's going to get you into serious trouble one day. Did you show up late for the last time on Dragon Ball Z segment? Yes! By the way, hi Isolate, happy birthday. So, I'll give it again. Why not? Sorry for people in post. Brief synopsis. I'm not going over how the last case ended because that's too much. So basically, the skinny is we're living with Herlock Sholmes in his attic with our agency. We haven't had a case since our second case here, defending the twitchy Japanese man. One morning, Herlock is was sad because he couldn't play the violin anymore. It turns out he just picked up the wrong thing from the pawnbrokers. We coming down in here. We find her in here trying to pawn something off. Which, long story short, it belonged to the Mr. McGillahead guy. And some gentleman was trying to take it from her. And then he ran away from the police. So, basically, she had stuff that belonged to the dead man. Xenoblade 3. It's a visual novel now. What I really wanted was that nice shiny disc, mind. I thought you were trying to pawn it. The music box disc? But Mr. Windibank said it was practically worthless. I think I'm gonna go and Evan at the bash. Give him a long, hard stare. I think not, Miss Lestrade. We shan't enter Windibanks again today. Why not? That's not fair. Can't be helped, I'm afraid. The police are investigating the scene now and taking a statement from Mr. Windibank. But the disc's mine. I had a ticket for this coat, and it was in the coat's pocket. And there should be something else and all. That's what Rotten Cove said, ain't it? Yes, he did mention something about another article, didn't he? So now it's like our traveling companion is Herlock now. Well, then it's mine too, whatever it is. Now she's really pushing her luck. Miss Lestrade, I think it's time to admit defeat. You've had your haul for today. Yeah, and it's all your fault, Sholmes. It is true. So what are your plans now? Will you dine with us this evening? Dude, what the heck? He invited her to dinner. Iris would be delighted to cook, I'm sure. And I might entertain you with a modest violin recital. She could say yes. I mean, I can't imagine food is eating. No ta. Oh. Why would I come around your place, eh? Have you lost your or something? Did she run away and steal something? Oh dear. She's gone. Having reviled on me quite unnecessarily, I might add. Trust me, Sholmes, I'm sure it was necessary. I can't help wondering if perhaps she might turn up anyway. Interesting. Once she's had a chance to calm down, I think there's a good chance she'll decide to come. Very well, then. I'll inform Iris to set a place for a potential guest at the dinner table this evening. And one more thing. I should be glad of your company later, too. Hers or mine? Sorry? Oh, he's looking at me. I believe I will have a rather splendid surprise to show you. Oh, how exciting. What is it? You shall have to wait and see, Miss Fusato. Until later, then. Is this where we're parting ways? I don't think there's anything left to examine. Oh, there's a whole... What is this building? Baker Street. Oh, is this... It's probably been 2 months since we started taking lodgings here above Mr. Sholmes' office. Yeah, it's up there. I think. I still can't quite believe it. Never expected things would turn out like this. Or I think we're in the attic part. Oh, I know. To actually be sharing accommodation with the world's greatest detective. If I ever find myself before a court of law now, I will have not one regret. What the? I don't know what you're talking about, but I'd be happy to defend you, of course. Okay, so there's nothing here. Do we... I guess we're just going to Sholmes' place. We just go right there. He could have just brought us with him, I guess, but... Sholmes is sweet. Ah, Susie and Runo. Come in, come in. Oh, God, that music. Good afternoon, Iris. Thank you so much for breakfast this morning. I didn't get mine! Oh, don't mention it. Goodness, look at the time already. Busy as always? I am. I'm preparing everything for dinner this evening. Already? You're obviously cooking something special, are you? Oh yes, after all, we have a special guest joining us. Guess who it is? Go on. You'll never guess. Look at those little eyes of hers shining. Oh dear. Is it awkward when you already... It is awkward when you already know the answer, isn't it? It's Ginny! Isn't that exciting? Oh, what a surprise! Yes, that's wonderful news. Wow, Iris seems overjoyed at the idea. I can't wait to learn some pickpocketing tips from a real professional. What is that on the side of her bag? Looks like a blue bunny and something else. Something pink. Oh, yes, that does sound like fun. I'm not sure that's entirely appropriate. Are you, Mr. Naruto? By the way, Iris... Deflection! What's Mr. Sholmes up to? Uh-oh. Is he... Hurley? Oh, he's been like that ever since he got back. Dude, what is he doing? Hello, Mr. Sholmes! I beg that you won't speak to me. Sorry? I don't know who you are, but kindly take your leave. As you can see, I'm not here. Got it. He's not here. I don't know how to respond to that. I do apologize. When he gets like this, he's completely oblivious to everything. Yes, I see. Really, he behaves just like a child sometimes, Hurley does. Mr. Sholmes and Iris have something of a parent and child relationship, don't they? Yes, except that Iris is clearly the parent here. Come to think of it, I wonder who her real parents are. Are we just gonna chat? What's the matter, Runo? You have ever such a funny look on your face. Oh, no, it's nothing. I know what it is. Why does this girl live here with Mr. Sholmes, you're wondering? Am I right? What a chain of thought. Me standing in the corner of the women's bathroom. As you can see, I'm not here. How did you... Oh, Runo, I can read you like a book. So can Susato, apparently. This girl's dangerous. Don't worry, you can ask me anything. I won't mind. I guess we're going to. Ginny. So by Ginny, you mean Miss Lestrade, the young woman from the McGilligan case 2 months ago, right? Yes, who also stole my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Although after that trial, I invited her back here and we had dinner together. And now we're the best of friends. Oh, what a lovely tale. Yes, now if I bump into her on the street, she runs away as fast as she can. Oh. And I chase her down the back alleys. What is happening? Interesting idea of friendship. She pulls a gun out on her. And then I let her have the latest color of smoke grenade I've developed. Oh. There are so many beautiful colors in the world. Ginny wants me to make a whole rainbow. Glad you know. Wait, is the delay on my end that bad? Or is it just your comment delayed? I'm not sure. You know what I'm talking about, despite the awful... I love... I suppose this means you've let Miss Lestrade keep the smoke grenade launcher, have you? Well, she has it in her last scene. Yes, that's right. I got bored of it anyway. Hurley always reacts the same way when I shoot him with it now. Poor Hurley. Oh, I can't wait for Ginny to arrive. It's been too long since she last came over. Oh, mobile. I gotcha. I'm so excited. I just hope she does actually come. Living with Sholmes. Sure, you've been wondering, why is it that I live here with Hurley, haven't you? Well, it has crossed my mind. That and where are your real parents? Uh-oh. My mummy and daddy aren't with me anymore. No! What have you done? You made her look sad! Mummy passed away when I was born. Oh, this is terrible. And around that same time, my father... Oh, no. Well, he had to go to a faraway land because of one of the cases he and Hurley were working on. Oh. Wait a minute. Did you say he and Hurley? Yes, Daddy and Hurley were always solving mysterious cases together. I killed them! She didn't mention that before. So is that the actual Mr. Watson? He wrote them all up in his diaries. That's what's in the middle chest over there. Really, he recorded them all. So, you mean it's true? Mr. Sholmes... We did have a partner whom he tackled some of the most taxing cases. My parents didn't show up to my birth. How does that even happen? Oh, yes. I mean, it's always nice to have one, isn't it? Mr. Sholmes' partner was your father? Exactly. Only told me I wasn't allowed to look in the chest. But that only made me look even more. So I opened it up. And you found your father's memoirs. Yes, so I asked Hurley, who wrote these? He nearly fell out of his chair. But then he told me, that's when I found out that the author of all those accounts was my father. So Iris's father was Mr. Sholmes' partner. That's why she's here. I'm not surprised. I practically lived with Hurley all my life. I was tiny when he took me in. So, it was quite a shock. Hurley told me he wasn't really my daddy. I mean, it must have done. I wonder why Mr. Sholmes chose to tell you, and at such a young age. Hurley said it's because he wouldn't have been able to hide it from me. Oh. Well, having lived with Hurley all these years, you might say that his ways have rubbed off on me. There are some things I could just see. Especially lies. I almost know when people are lying before they open their mouths sometimes. Right. That's terrifying. I understood that reference. As did I. Doofenshmirched, evil, abandonated. Anyway, I was so fascinated when I read Daddy's diaries. That's what inspired me to write The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, actually. I'd always assumed Mr. Sholmes simply told you all those thrilling stories. Oh no, Hurley's hopeless like that. He forgets everything. As soon as he's solved the case, it's all but vanishes from his mind. Oh, I see. The other day, it was so embarrassing. As usual, he totally forgot about the case he just solved. So the very next day, he gathered together all the people involved and proceeded to solve the case again. Mood. That's quite a shock for everyone. You can say that again. You share your father's surname, don't you, Iris? That's right, Wilson. Daddy is Dr. John H. Wilson. I learned from his diaries that he's a doctor of medicine, you see. That's what prompted me to study and study, so that I could earn a doctorate as well. Iris's father. He went to some distant land. And a doctor by the name of John H. Wilson. Wait a second. Wait a second. Was that not the name of the man who was murdered in the first case? The guy that was there at the thing? I feel like I remember him having a oh my god. If it is Ryunosuke, we'll probably remember. Oh my god, here we go. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhado. You know, I have a brain blast with it. Has you from the name of the victim in this case? The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Oh my god, man, I predicted the game. This is terrible. Her dad is dead. That's right. Visiting professor of medicine at Imperial Yumai University. And the man who, in the most bizarre circumstances, lost his life just before we left Japan. Miss Susato. Yes. Perhaps we shouldn't pursue this conversation any further at this time. I think that would be for the best. Well, she might know. Ah, my dear fellows! How good to see you! Hi, Sholmes. Welcome back to the living. Hey, Mr. Sholmes. Why ever did you not make your presence known to me before? Ah, well, no matter now. So, how the devil are you? I mean, dude, we literally just saw each other 10 minutes ago. I'm fine. We've been with you for most of the day. Goodness, really? Do tell me, Mr. Sholmes, is your violin unscathed? My violin? Whatever are you talking about, my dear madam? Oh my god, he doesn't even remember. Is he, like, got, like, short-term memory loss? Like Dory? Oh, never mind that now. I have something far more interesting to show you. This is a me moment. What's up? Behold, my dear fellows. Wait, hello. Where did you get that? Oh, another music box disc. No, not another disc, Mr. Zato. This is the one Gregson demanded we hand over as evidence, Mr. McGilligan's disc. Wait, oh my! Then, what's it doing here? You know, at times, Mr. Naruhado, I think that although I have an undeniable turn for detection, I may well even be more adept at larceny! Oh my god! You need to chill out, sir. Oh, that would be wonderfully exciting. I'd be your pickpocketing assistant. He just like me for real, for real. And Runo could be our go-to lawyer if we ever got caught. Right. Plus, Susie has such a beautiful handwriting, she could write all of our menacing crime notifications. Yes, I'd be delighted. Oh my god, she's just caught up in the moment. I'm just gonna pretend this conversation never happened, I think. Susato didn't even say anything. Can we just move on? The music box disc. I don't understand. How did that disc come to be in your possession? There's no blood on it, though. I thought Inspector Gregson took it back to Scotland Yard. Quite correct. And that sort of uncompromising attitude is precisely why I always carry some of this. Chocolate? That's a bar of caramel, Mr. Sholmes. Your one and only friend in times of loneliness, if I'm not mistaken. If you will humor me, my dear fellows, cast your minds back to when the good detective confiscated the disc. Yeah, I need a refresher. It's been a week. His chips. I'll be taking that whatever it is of Mr. McGillis down to the yard, thank you very much. Hand it over. Oh, yes, of course. To at least demand something as evidence, my dear fellow. We have no choice but to calculate. It's all yours, Inspector. For the briefest of moments, I had the disc in my hand, did I not? Did he just pull a sleight of hand? Yes, you did, but I still don't understand. It was precisely that moment that I summoned my one and only friend into action. I pressed the disc into a pair of bars, like this. Wait a minute. What? That's amazing. The disc and all the minuscule protrusions have made an image in the caramel. Indeed, this caramel is quite exceptional. I developed it myself, you know. You were what? Suitably soft for making impressions, but resistant to melting. The result of precisely controlled solution. How extraordinary! Like, man, he has some big brain blast moments when he wants to. Carrying a pair of these on one's person frequently proves very useful indeed. Take a house key, for example. A simple press, and its unique form is duplicated. I can retrieve the property at will, and never without a high sucrose nourishment. Yes, it sounds illegal. From the image, I was able to create this. Oh, so it's a new one. I guess I was most curious to know what manner of music would issue from the disc when played. I was wondering that myself, like we had music player. Do tell us then, Mr. Sholmes. What does the music disc play? What music does the disc play? Well, unfortunately, I have no idea. No idea? None whatsoever. Are you familiar with the workings of a music box, my dear fellows? No, I'm afraid not. Goodness, you don't know, Runo? Oh man, I'm about to get blasted. We're gonna be lectured hardcore. Inside a music box, there's a special metal piece called a comb. That's what produces the sound. So pretty. Small protuberances pluck the different teeth of the comb as they rotate past it, making different notes. The first music boxes to be invented used a rotating cylinder with the protuberances on it. But over time, a new type of player was produced, which uses discs such as these. This is going to be important for some... Yeah, it sure is, I can tell. With that development, the property of music boxes spread far and wide, all around the globe. The popularity, not the property. Why exactly? Because the discs are easy to produce and can be interchanged to facilitate playing in different tunes. There are a great many firms in Europe now manufacturing music boxes as a result. It is wonderful to be able to enjoy music, even with no performers present. But it is the very success of the invention that means we are now presented with an insurmountable problem. What do you mean? As you may imagine, the construction of one firm's music box does not match that of another, and we have no way of knowing in which music box this particular disc was designed to be played. There is no resolution to this problem, I'm afraid. It's quite intractable. Ah, I see. So that's why. Naturally, I tested the disc in the few music boxes I have at my disposal. But as you can hear, to no avail. They also are equally unsatisfactory in this one. So, I'm presently engaged in acquiring an example of all music boxes ever made in Europe. Okay. Every single one! That's early for you. Always taking things too far. But, my dear girl, an unsolved riddle is quite repugnant to my constitution! But surely all the different types of Europe will amount to a huge volume of music boxes, won't it? Yes, that is certainly true. In the worst case, I shall just have to ask you to vacate the attic room. What?! I don't want to leave. I don't know where to go. Back to McGilligan. Not a name I expected to hear again so soon. Yeah, it's only been 2 months since that grisly case. Flashback. Fire! Mr. McGill perished within hours of the trial's conclusion. Was it the curse of the Reaper? No one knows still now. No one cared either. The omnibus was reduced to a pile of ash. Not a shred of evidence remained. And with the man's death, the truth about the murder in which he was so intimately involved was buried. Even though he successfully established Mr. McGillard's innocence in the trial, newspapers are still claiming that it remains an unsolved case. The murder of the brickmaker, Mr. Thrice fired Mason. In the end, the truth of the matter remains a mystery. We still have no idea what really happened that night. And although Mr. McGillard was found not guilty through my defense, I still don't know if that was the right judgment or not. It would appear the case is not yet closed. Well, it's time I started getting things ready for dinner, I think. Gina will be here before long. Thank you, Iris. Oh, well, you must let me help you then. Of course, Susie. There's plenty to do. I'm so hungry. Hi, Sora. I think I shall investigate the condition of my faithful performing partner. Now then, where did I leave it? Sholmes, what is wrong with you? Let this be a lesson to you, Mr. Sholmes. Never leave anything too precious with the pawnbroker. Yes, you may be right. Oh, that reminds me of something Mr. Windibank said before. He said that he had a manuscript of Iris's in pawn, didn't he? Did he? Yes, he definitely mentioned it. Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom, were his words, I believe. How has September 4th been for you? It's weird to think that it's basically fall now. So you heard about that, did you? I expect you were as incensed as I was. Oh, yes. The idea of such a wonderful story languishing in Mr. Windibank's storeroom gathering dust. My dear madam, I'm quite sure I told you already. The pawnbroker storeroom is the safest place for it. More secure than a bank's vault. And what about your Stradivarius, Hurley? Was that safe and secure? Well, there may be the occasional mix-up caused by a certain contemptuous someone not too far from me now. Do you have any idea how long it took me to write that Bakersville story, Hurley? Oh, it sounds so exciting. The Hound of the Bakervilles. I would love to read it. I should love to read it. Wait. What did she say? Susato? Ah, what did you do? There's just a lot of... What's going on here? Why does it feel like an icy chill just swept through the room? Everyone looks angry. Susie, what did you just say? You said the Hound of the Bakersvilles. But how could you know the full title? Well, that's because Miss Susato is such a great fan of all the stories about Mr. Sholmes, of course. But Runo, the Hound of the Bakersvilles, has never been published. What? When I showed Hurley the manuscript, he told me that I wasn't allowed to publish it yet. I don't understand. That's why he said that he'd keep it safe. Until it was the right time for the story to be made public, you see. I'm so confused. 1,400 hours long. How does that even work? How many days is that? So that's why the manuscript is at the Windibanks. And yet, how could Susie know its title? Wait, was it not said during the moment? Well, Hurley, what's going on? An entire year? Oh my god. Oh god, he actually looks stressed. Ah. What is it, Mr. Sholmes? It would appear our guest has arrived. Oh. Hi! She just let herself in! Miss Lestrade. I'm probably not saying it right. This was a bad idea. I knew I weren't welcome. I'm going. Stop her! No, wait! Miss Lestrade! We've all been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Haven't we, Iris? What's with those two? What's going on? Oh, yes. Just wait there, Jenny. We'll have everything ready in a jiffy. Come along, Susie. Right, of course. It's a pleasure to see you here, Miss Lestrade. Please, make yourself at home. Don't stand in the doorway, my dear girl. Come along in. What say you to some... What? Mendesel... How do you say this word? I can't even do it. Oh, I'm just like... I can't speak. I won't take no for an answer. Meddlesome it is, then. I'm glad I also was the only one who didn't know what it said. She looks terrified. Well, he said he wouldn't take it. Kitty! Here comes the boy. There he is, boy. That evening, Iris prepared us all a meal that was even more delicious than usual. Mr. Sholmes' violin performance was in no way meddlesome. And Jenna, as we came to call her, taught us all about how to steal things from one another without being noticed. Everyone thoroughly enjoyed themselves well into the night. Until someone's gonna get murdered. Oh, it's up on our room. Naruhato's legal consultancy. It was a very enjoyable evening, wasn't it? Oh yes, Iris's cooking was truly divine. I feel as though I can still hear enchanting strains of Mr. Sholmes' violin even now. Best of all, I could steal the glasses from his lordship's face next time we're in court. Why would you want to do that? Naruhito-san, could I consult with you about something, I wonder? What's the matter, Susato-san? It's about the telegram I received. Oh, we're gonna talk about the telegram, the mysterious telegram. Ah, the one that arrived first thing this morning, I suppose. I've been summoned. Wait, what? Summoned? What do you mean? The telegram was from the Lord Chief Justice's office. Lord Strongheart has asked to see me. The Lord Chief Justice? When? Tomorrow morning. What? Then we have to start preparing at once. Oh, no, that won't be necessary, Naruhito-san. I've been summoned alone. Alone? I can't let you go alone! What on earth for? You're not gonna tell me that either? I have no idea. Oh, I suppose I shall find out tomorrow. If they try to arrest my girl, I swear to God. What's this all about? Whatever it is, it's making me feel very uneasy. Hello? Housekeeping! Oh, who could that be, I wonder? Yo, it's the girl. Good evening, friends. We only were just downstairs a moment ago. Ah, Iris. Hello again. Oh, it's her. It's Jenna. And Jenna, too. Yes, Jenny's gonna stay with us tonight. She's gonna sleep in with me. Isn't that right, Jenny? Well, yeah. Wait, why? How lovely! Let me make a pot of tea. Wait, do we all live up here or something? I don't understand what's happening. You know, I've learned so much today. Oh, what? In particular? All these things Jenny showed us. Wasn't it wonderful? Ah, you mean all those pickpocketing techniques. We had fun trying them out on each other, didn't we? I think I've awakened a natural talent. I could earn a living from it. You might be getting ahead of yourself a little there. So, what brings you up to our humble quarters at this late hour? The late hour of 9:30 at night. Well, you see, I came to return this. Oh! Wait, what? That's mine! Editing art stinks, I bet. Oh my, however did you... I told you, didn't I? I have a natural talent for it. Oh, yes, I'd forgotten. Iris literally is a child genius. So anyway, here. You can have it back. Not that I really understand why you wear it, though. Thank you. Alright then, good night. Yes, good night. What's going on? I don't... So this is your office, is it? I've lived here 2 months and you've never come up here? You're gonna draw a kissing. What do you think, Jenny? I think I wouldn't fancy my chances with a lawyer with what lives in a place like this. Wow! Yes, me too! Jeez, what's with these two? It seems as though Iris here still has something she'd like to talk about. I suppose she probably wants to talk about the manuscript. Yes, I suppose she probably does. The manuscript. Iris, I suppose you're hoping to talk about the manuscript, aren't you? Uh-oh, plain face again. Aren't you gonna tell me? I'm so sorry. I need a little more time, please. What does that mean? What does that mean? Alright, I understand. I don't understand. But I haven't made you feel awkward. I mean, that stare is kind of unnerving. Oh no, not at all, Iris, not at all. Jennifer, I don't know what all this is about, really. But it's a story you made up. Is it? Is it, Iris? This mental script or whatever you call it? Everyone likes to put their fingers on their head. It's not exactly a story I made up. It's something I read in Daddy's diaries. Diaries? Y'all won't see the art of the people kissing. Then why do you do this? Why do you tease us with this Sora? That's right. I don't suppose I've mentioned to you before, Jenny, but my daddy was Hurley's assistant once, his partner. Hey! They solved all sorts of strange and mysterious cases together. Is that right, mister? What you looking at me for? Apparently so. I was surprised as you are, though. And Daddy wrote all the details of every single case down, you see, in his diaries. So I study them and write my stories based on what actually happened. So where's the old man now, then? Dead as a doornail. He had to go away on urgent business to a faraway land, and he'll be gone a very long time. Indefinitely, I might add. So I've never really met him. Oh, right. Come to think of it. I don't know anything about Jenna's parents either. Perhaps we should ask her. Perhaps we should be really heckin' nosy! Alright, this is Hound of the Bakersville story. Take it as another tale inspired by your father's accounts. That's right. I thought it was fascinating. But it's different somehow. From the other cases, I mean. Oh, how? I don't really know. But it must be special in some way. Because after I'd written it and I showed the manuscript to Harley, he turned as white as a sheet. That was the first time I've ever seen him like that. It pains me to have to say this after you've toiled over it for so long, Iris. But this story must not be published at this time. Under any circumstances. But why not? It's one of my best works! I'm not at liberty to say. Not now. So please, do not ask me. Alright then. I won't. But I do solemnly swear that I will explain everything one day, Iris. When the time is right. Lame. And that's how the manuscript came to be with Mr. Windibank, isn't it? Yes. Hurley said it had to be somewhere very safe. That really gets my goat, it does. You treat you like a child. I mean, that's what it is. Keeping secrets like that. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes isn't trying to be mean. Yeah, if he said he wasn't at liberty to talk about it, I'm sure there must have been a very good reason. I think so, too. You lot are too trusting for your own good. Me can't pull wool over my eyes. Sholmes is loyal and Iris. I bet my life on it. What? Hurley's lying to me? Oh, okay. We have to... No, I just want to... Okay, I need to... Okay, here we go. She's just kind of creeping over there in the corner. Yo, we have questions now. We're gonna get nosy. I've realized I don't know anything about your parents, Jenna. I ain't got any, have I? Never did have. No good dinners. Oh. Look, the East End's full of orphans like me. No one wants nothing to do with us in the minute we're born. Not even the mums. But we all stick together. The older ones look after the little ones. Make sure they get by. So that's why you're a pickpocket. Nah. Diving's my life. I love it. I get a kick out of it every time I lift some pompous idiot's purse. Now so we can all afford to eat. I'm like RoboNut, ain't it? That's how I see it. Oh, Jenna. I even think about it sometimes. What it'd be like to have parents, I mean. I always thought it'd make everything right. But I haven't listened to what Iris just said. Sounds like having parents ain't always easy either. Oh! I mean, if you know you never had them, you don't feel like you're always wanting to meet them. It's true. Oh, God. I do want to see Daddy so much. Oh, my God. This sucks. Oh, Iris. God. Sholmes' lie. What you got to say about that? Jenna, what did you mean by when you said that you know Mr. Sholmes is lying to Iris? Well, reckons it popped that mantle script or whatever, right? But come on, that's obviously a load of rubbish. Oh my, why would you think that, Jenna? It's simple. If that story was really an old Wendibank storeroom, there'd be no way someone from halfway around the world, in other words, you, could know about it. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you. But Hurley would never do something like that. I'm sure of it. Ha! Grown-ups do a lot worse than that, believe me. Bare-faced liars, a lot of them. You just ain't realized it yet. This sucks. I'm telling you, that mantle script ain't it with the banks. You'd soon see if you had a look. Even if you think you can trust him, I don't. That Sholmes is a lawyer like the rest of them. If I'm honest, I have wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes. See? Oh, but I don't mean I think he sold it. I mean, that... Sometimes when he might have hidden my manuscript elsewhere. Somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. Don't be too hard on yourself, Iris. Oh my goodness, look at the time. Come along, Jenny. We should go back downstairs. Yeah, aight. And please don't mention any of this to Hurley, will you? No, of course not. Good night then, Iris. Good night, Jenna. You must let me make breakfast for you tomorrow morning. I insist. Oh, yes, please. I can't wait, Susie. Good night then. Iris, it sure is easy to forget, isn't it? Sometimes she speaks just like an adult. But deep down, she's still just a child. Well, I think it's time that I turned in for the night too, Naruhito-san. Bye, I guess. I'm all alone. Dr. John H. Wilson, Iris' father. But also, the name of the murdered visiting professor at Yuma University. It can't be a mere coincidence. There's something deeper going on. Is this sleeping? I don't know what's happening. Naruhito. Mr. Naruhito. That voice. That's Mr. Sholmes. What? Oh god, Mr. Sholmes, what's happening? What's going on? It's the middle of the night. It's Miss Lestrade. She's gone. Jenna? She was supposed to be sleeping in Iris's room, but her bed is empty. Well, she's an independent young woman. She probably decided to go home, no? I think not. From speaking to her before, she retired. I received the distinct impression that she was looking forward to breakfasting with Mr. Zato. No, I don't believe the girl has gone home. But I've been waiting for over an hour now. Over an hour? Oh. If you'll indulge me, look out of the window, my dear fellow. Oh god. I don't know if I'm gonna like what I'm gonna see. What's this about? Oh god, please don't tell me. What's outside? I'm afraid. Oh, the light. Wait a minute. Why is there a light on at this time of night? Okay, that's not as bad as I think. That's Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery. Mr. Windibank's? Oh no! It's simple. If that story was really an old Windibank storeroom, there'd be no way someone from halfway around the world, in other words, you, could know about it. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you. Oh, God. Could Jenna have gone? It seems you have some knowledge of the situation, Mr. Naruhito. Sorry? Oh, no, not really. Well, anyway, we must investigate. At once. Wait, who? Oh, Mr. Zato! Well, you got... you just woke up. The door to the Windibanks. It's open. And the lamp is burning. Must be Jenna, mustn't it? Let's hope it's nothing more sinister. What? Come, there's not a moment to lose. Please, something is afoot inside. Oh god, are we gonna see a body? Oh, there's blood! Oh no! Right away, there's blood. Someone's dead. Oh yes, there is. Bang! Ah! That was Suzanne. Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! Did they shoot Mr. Sholmes? What the? Mr. Sholmes been shot? Leave me, Mr. Naruto. But after them, go! Right. Time to book it with your samurai sword! Blast! I've lost them. Hello, over here. Uh-oh. Oh, no. The alarm was just raised at the pawnbroker, sir. Would you happen to know something about that? Officer, come with me. It's my friend, Mr. Sholmes. He's been shot. Shot? A body has been... With the policeman close behind me, I ran back to the window banks. So what's going on? That's a fire. Oh god, is he okay?
Mr. Sholmes!
Mr. Naruto!
Narada?
How bad is it? Never mind me, but there's much at stake. Behind that door. In the storeroom. Hurry!
Take your sword in hand! Uh-oh, what's going on? Oh, he's dead! And of course, Jenna's right there too. Gina. Okay, I was saying the wrong name. Jenna. It's Jaina. Also, she said her name is Nardo. You don't pronounce like the middle section of the name. Anyway, that was a fast cutscene, bro. Like, what's happening? At least Dr. Sholmes has not been shot. Well, he's not been dead. Bang! Right, Mr. Naruto. Should I say it like that now, or should I say it the way I've always said it? Behind that door, in the storeroom. Hurry! Of course she has a pistol somehow. It's Gina. No, see how you always said it. From that moment, Windibank's pawnbrokery became a crime scene. Everything that followed happened in a whirlwind of activity. The arrival of the police, the preliminary investigation of the scene, and the questioning. It was just before dawn before I was allowed back into my lodgings at 22-1B. Legal consultancy, we're here. What's up, Iris? Oh, Iris! A telegram came, but all it said was, wait at home. Oh, yes, we asked for one of the policemen to have it sent. It's simply impossible to come back. When I woke up, I was all alone. Hurley and Jeannie were gone. Everyone was gone. What happened, Runo? Poor Iris, she's trembling. I'm trying very hard not to let myself get too worried. I'll explain everything that I know. Something awful has happened, hasn't it? Yes, I'm afraid so. I'm sorry to have to tell you this, Iris, but Mr. Windibank is dead. He was shot. We discovered it in the early hours of the morning. Oh, yes, I had a feeling. You did? Well, I saw all those police carriages pulling up outside his shop. So I knew something must have happened there. Sweet child, poor thing. When we entered Windybanks in the small hours, we disturbed a gang of 2 thugs. They ran out into the street, and I chased after them, but they got away. So it was one of them who shot Mr. Old Windybank, I suppose. I don't know, but that's not what the police believe at the moment. No, why not? They've arrested someone else as their crime suspect, you see. Gina. Jeannie? But why? Well, the thing is... No, Jeannie wouldn't do something like that. I know. None of us think she did it. Then why have they arrested her? I'm sorry. There was nothing I could do. Alright, let's continue that train first. I don't understand why they arrested Jeannie. It's not fair. What about the 2 thugs that were at the scene? Why aren't they the prime suspects? After all, they shot Hurley dead, didn't they? No, I mean, Mr. Sholmes isn't dead, Iris. What's that face? This is all so horrible. The thing is, Mr. Windybank was found on the floor in the storeroom where he keeps all the deposited articles. And the storeroom door was locked from the inside. I see. But he wasn't alone in there. Gina was found next to him on the floor as well. Oh no! And according to the detectives who investigated afterwards... Don't tell me. There was no one else in the room? Yes, exactly. How did you know? It's the only explanation. Yes, the only explanation indeed. What do you mean by that, Runo? Well? What can I say? I'm damned if I agree and damned if I don't. Alright, well, let's continue. Sholmes. So where's Hurley then? Is he still in there investigating the scene? He really ought to have some breakfast. He's not good. It's not good for him to miss meals. Really, right now? I don't want you to worry, Iris, but I have some news about Mr. Sholmes. He was taken to the hospital this morning. Oh, okay, so we weren't supposed to go in that order. I'm sorry, that seemed like the natural progression of the conversation. What? Well, when we entered Windybanks, a gun was fired, and he took a bullet. Hurley? Was shot? No. It's alright. His life isn't in danger. Really? Are you sure? Where is he? Which hospital? He's at St. Sinners. They're attending to him there. I must see him. At once. I'm sorry, Iris, but you can't. Why not? That's not fair! I'm a family member! I should be allowed! No, I mean, nobody can see him at the moment. He's not allowed any visitors. They're preparing to operate, you see. To operate? Oh, poor Hurley. Alright, let's continue. It was the 2 thugs who were in Mr. Windybank's shop. They shot Sholmes when we disturbed them, you see. Dude, I literally had a sword and did nothing. It was pitch black inside the shop at the time. My mind went totally blank, I'm afraid. I just froze. Just take out the sword and throw it. Kazuma, get him! Yeah, your mind did freeze. After them, go! After that, I ran out into the street, but, well, they were long gone. I shouldn't have hesitated. I'm so sorry, it's my fault. I let them get away. I think that's a very good thing. Sorry? Well, if you'd seen which way they went and chased after them, you might have been shot as well, Runo. On top of everything else, I couldn't bear that. No, Iris. No, what's happened to Sasato? Sasato. Where's Susie, Reno? She's still at the police station. Oh, why? I expect she's still being questioned. The police said they wouldn't be finished for a while. Why aren't you there then? Well, I didn't get a good look at the criminals anyway, so they weren't questioning me for long. And Miss Susato stayed behind at the scene to tend to Mr. Sholmes, so they didn't get started until later. Oh, I see. Besides, one of us had to come back to be with Iris. I'm glad Inspector Gregson agreed to me leaving early. You should have let me know, and I would have come to the station. Okay, so now what? I'm afraid I'll need to go out again now, Iris. There's not much I can do at the moment. but I can at least try and find out how Mr. Sholmes and Gina are getting on. I want to go too. Take me with you, Reno. I can't just stand. I can't stand just sitting around here waiting. I'm not sure how I feel about taking a 10-year-old child to the scene of a murder, but I don't want to leave her all alone here either. All right then, Iris. Perhaps you could help me? Oh yes, I'd love to. Gina's at the prison. Mr. Sholmes is probably in his hospital bed. And don't forget we have to visit the crime scene. We need to conduct a thorough investigation. We have babysitting duty. Her goggles are so cute. Ah, I can see you're ready for action. I imagine Iris would appreciate going to the hospital sooner rather than later. Well then, let's go. New location has been added. I love attic rooms, don't you? They're so exciting. She's down there in the corner. She's so cute. She's always different than normal today. I think a visit to this place could be a great idea. You haven't been to this place yet. Don't forget to take me with you when you go. I love these little dialogues. It's always a quiet when Hurley's not around. All right, the hospital. Let's go. Hurley! Oh. He's not here. No, that's strange. The nurse definitely said he was in bed by the window, didn't she? Oh, I know what's probably happened. Hurley was being a big baby, and the bullet wound wasn't that bad after all, so he's been sent home. I'm not so sure about that. Baby or not. There's no question that it was a fairly serious injury that Mr. Sholmes suffered. Oh. Hello, I'm here. Who's talking? It's the Bobby. Swords off for Mr. Visiting, so what you doing here? Well, I'll have you know, we're Hurley's next of kin. Eh? Oh. Well, begging your pardon then, ma'am, sir. Little lady and a curious Eastern gentleman. The great mystery solvers and mysterious family, eh? If that's how you see us, sure. Where is he, Constable? Where's Hurley? I believe he's currently in the operating theater, ma'am. Undergoing an extensive operation. Extensive? It's been 7 hours since he went in. Oh dear, is he going to be alright? Well, it doesn't appear to be working, you see. The anesthesia, that is. Oh! I have a report that gentleman claims he had a little too much to drink last night. Coffee, that is. Anyway, I think that'd be fair to assume that he won't be back here for several hours yet. I see. Thank you, Constable. Perhaps we should leave and come back later. Oh, poor Hurley. Hospital feels positively ancient. I hope Hurley's in good hands. Poor Ginny, we have to help her. Local prison, cell 13. How are you doing, girl? Hello, Gina. Don't they let her keep that? Don't shoot me. Oh, you still have the grenade launcher Hurley and I made. Who's you pointing at me all the time, though? Why would they not What are you here for? Jeannie, I have a feeling it's because of us that you've ended up in trouble. I think I might be able to help you. Well, you can't. Sorry? You heard? Get lost. Don't be like that, Jeannie. I know you didn't do it. You never shoot someone. I just know you wouldn't. Think you know me? Pull the other one. Oh. You ain't the first idea about the likes of me. I'm a thief. I pinch people's purses when they're walking down the street. That's how I get by. If I saw me chance, I'd sneak to a pawn shop any day of the week. Just see what the man's on. Get it? That's the kind of person I am. But Jeannie, I'll be in the court tomorrow, they said. Some cove came by and said he'd be a lawyer for me. Or said it was my right or something. But I told him to get stuffed. I don't need no lawyer. I don't need no one. She couldn't be staring at me any more obviously if she tried. Why are you being like this, Jeannie? Your representation. I understand, Gina. Why did you send the public defender away? You want me to sign some papers, representation papers or something like that. It's all gonna be rigged anyway. The whole trial. They'll pin on me because I'm a kid. That's what grown-ups always do. Why do you think that? Because that's how it's always been for me growing up in the back slums, the old life. If you do what the grown-ups tell you, it'll get your mates dragged off by the coppers, or worse. I had it happen to me before and all. Been sold out and nearly snaffled in the back because of it. You can't trust no one. That's the point. As soon as you do, you're gone to grass. Dead. You're gone to grass. Never heard that one before. Gina, listen. If you like, in tomorrow's trial, I could... Forget it! Jeannie! Don't you trust Runo? Nah, I don't. Are you grass? Look, ask you nicely now. Just leave me alone. Will you tell us what happened, Gina? Last night at the pawnbrokers. There's nothing to tell. I figured it'd pay me, so I broke into the place and started going through the storeroom. The old bloke walked in on me and, you know the rest. She didn't shoot him. But why, Jeannie? Why would you do that? Ain't it obvious? Place full of stuff I could sell for a shilling or two. Dividend days, you know, it's a lot of work, and after time you don't even get nothing. POV, you are grass. Is that really why you broke into the place? What? Are you sure the true reason wasn't something else? Oh, give it a rest! What would the point be anyway, eh? Nothing I could say would make me a blind bit difference. Please do tell us, Jeannie. We'll believe you, whatever it is. Believe me? Don't be daft. You can't believe nothing. Everyone lies all the time. You what, mate? And you know what? When it comes to lawyers, I'm the biggest old lot. I've told some unforgivable lies, I have. Well, what do you mean by that? What unforgivable lies? What do you mean before, Gina, when you said you were the biggest liar of the lot? Why don't you tell us what these unforgivable lies you've told are? Maybe we can help. Psychlock. Sorry. We're out of time. They're gonna want to question me now. Jeannie, please. Oh, yeah. I wanted to give you this. Something to remember me by. Kitty! A photographic print of a really adorable cat. Found it on the Bakersville quote. Ain't no point me having it. I wonder what a little photograph like that was doing in a pocket of that overcoat. Anyway, don't bother coming again. Bye. No, Jeannie. The wet cut photograph has been entered to the court record. Let's see. Well, look at that. Look on the back of the print here. There's something written on it. 15th February, 9 p.m. Article deposited, one small box. Loan amount paid, 10 shillings. Redemption deadline, 13th of April, 9 p.m. There's a redemption ticket. 13th of February, that could be significant. It was just 2 days before the murder on the omnibus, wasn't it? A small box. That doesn't tell us much about it, does it? You know, if Mr. McGillen still had the ticket, then presumably he never redeemed the article. Now, do you think the box might still be present somewhere in the shop? Ah, yes! If it's something Miss McGillen had deposited, we need to investigate. What happens if I present my armband? I want to see. Here's a look at That's strange. Where's my armband gone? What's the problem? Something wrong? Don't suppose. You looking for this? Yes, but how? And when? And how again? I got talent for having a diving. That was boring on black magic. That makes what I was about to say about my armband seem a little dull. So, what do you want to tell me about it then? I was gonna think it'd be like an Edgeworth thing where you have to present the thing to prove you'll defend them or some nonsense. But that's not the case, apparently. Alright, well, let's go. This is where it happened then. Last night. Right, I was talking about, we're obviously ransacking the place looking for valuables. But apart from the policeman in here, you wouldn't know anything had happened. There's no sign of a disturbance. No, you're right about that, actually. In fact, if anyone, it's the police who seem to be the ones doing the ransacking. You know, I know what you mean. They're like a gang of organized criminals all dressed in black. Oh, I had that! Hello. Oh, Inspector. Good morning. Oh, I suppose I'll have to thank you for your vigilance last night. We got to the scene before it was disturbed, at least. Shame you let two rogues get away, mine. Yes, I'm sorry about that. I thought you'd assigned extra men to the beat around here, Gregsy. Now look what's happened. Hurley's been injured because there weren't enough police on duty. Ah, your ladyship! Wait, what? No one told me you were coming? I expect you to take full responsibility for what happened to Hurley and see that he is the very best medical care. Of course, your ladyship! The very best doctors in the capital are attending to him as we speak. Man, there's more to her than meets the eye, I'm sure, for sure. And don't think it's Runo's fault that the rogues managed to get away, is it? Chasing criminals is the police's job. Absolutely, your ladyship. As you say, ma'am. As you say. The gent in black is totally blameless. Everyone's in agreement about that. Would you believe it? He's like a completely different person with Iris. Talk about a personality change. Oh, where are me manners? Are you thirsty, your ladyship? Perhaps you'd like some juice. Some nice professional juice. What the heck is going on? Oh, why? Are you thirsty, Gregsy? I have some of my special herbal tea with me. If you'd like some. Oh. Oh, he has some! Where'd that come from? Goodness. He just had that on hand? Ah, lovely. Very much. That really hit the spot, your ladyship. I don't even recognize him like this. He lost his... Oh, there's his snack bag. British people always keep teacups on them. So, how's the investigation going, Inspector? Nothing to it, really. Really a simple case, this. There's some very definitive evidence. We're just about to charge that diver we arrested last night, in fact. Gina, you're going to charge her? That's right. Should be able to bring her before the judge and the Bailey tomorrow. Definitive evidence, you say? What is it? Come on, show me. Your ladyship, as much as I wish I could oblige you, I'm afraid. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, what's she gonna do? Laser beam him? Ah, I see. You've already captured the pair of thugs who broke in here last night, have you? What the... And you're going to put them on the stand as witnesses, are you? How? How could you... How? Are we seriously gonna buy this? How could you possibly know that? I had a feeling. That's all. Remind me never to try to keep a secret from Iris. You're already trying to do that! Have you arrested the two men who shot Mr. Sholmes, have you? Well, yes, they were rounded up pretty quickly by the lads on the beat. And Miss Lestrade is being held at the prison. She should be. That's assuming she hasn't lifted the key from the jailer, of course. Oh my god. Oh my god, that bread transformed before my very eyes. You know anything about Mr. Sholmes? What's his condition? Sorry, I'm not at liberty to divulge that information. Scotland Yard matters are strictly confidential. Well, I know he's being operated on at St. Centers. Why can't I see him? I'm family, you know. I'm terribly sorry, your ladyship. It's the hospital's policy. No visiting at all. No. The bullet must have hit an artery in his midriff. He's lost a fair bit of blood. Oh no. He didn't seem too bad in the first hour or so, but a hemorrhage like that is enough to make even the one and only Sholmes pipe down. Mr. Sholmes is a human like the rest of us, you know. Well, anyway, he's having emergency surgery right now. They gotta stop that bleeding. But he will be alright, won't he? They'll make him better? Of course, your ladyship. He'll be as right as rain before you know it. Really? How do you know? How do I know? Well, because... Of course. Ah, yes, because Mr. Sholmes. Such a great detective, that's why. What the heck? We better pray the doctors have a better grasp of what's needed to make someone well again. Oh dear. Please don't die, Hurley. I'll report to your ladyship the moment I hear he's out of the operating theater. Her ladyship. I want to know what this is about. I couldn't help but noticing, Inspector. What? Out with it, sunshine. Well, there seems to be a marked difference between the way you talk to me and Iris. Watch the sauce, Sonny. I'm a copper. We don't go in for favoritism. But he's right. You do treat us differently. It's because of those adventures of Sherlock Sholmes stories. That's why. Oh. I crop up in them, don't I? Inspector Tobias Gregson. Oh, well, yes, because you're an acquaintance of Hurley's. What did you write about the inspector, Iris? I don't remember, really. It was one of Sholmes' lines. Gregson is the smartest at Scotland Yarders. That's how he put it. Oh, did I write that? And you know what that one line did for me, eh? The very next month, my pay doubled. Doubled, I tell you! Oh, that's amazing. All because everyone at the yard reads them. They all read the Sherlock Sholmes stories. And they're biased towards the girls. They've even set up a fan club for me. Of course, that explains everything. It was all around the time you became such a toady to me. Can you blame me? All it takes is one bad word from you and Sholmes can change his tune about me. Gregson? No, the great detective will say. He's getting quite overrated these days. Isn't that what happened to my hourly that came out in print, eh? The whole thing gives me the willies. I can't tell you how many nights of sleep I've lost to worrying about it. But that would never happen, Gregsy. Every month when the new Randus magazine comes out, my hands are trembling as I turn the pages. Oh, how awful for you. Here, have some of my tea to settle your nerves. Oh, back to the teacup. Ah, lovely. Very much. They really hit the spot, your ladyship. Total. Oh, yeah. There's something I was supposed to talk to you about, actually, Mr. Naruto. Naruto? I don't know what it is anymore, man. Yes, what is it? I've got an important message for you. I clean forgot about it till now. Is it from my girlfriend? You need to let me know. Important message? I wonder what it could be. You know what this important message is then, Inspector? Yeah, it's about that young lady who's normally by your side. Your assistant. Dear Susie, is she alright? Oh god. She's at the station, isn't she? Being questioned, I believe? Oh god, what happened? Nope, not anymore. She had to head off. Head off? Where? To Lord Strongheart's office, of course. He summoned her. Ah, yes, of course. I'd forgotten about that. I guess it just gets to go out of the order of the legal process. Well, the Whipstock took her there in a yard carriage after we finished questioning her. But she asked us to tell you she didn't have the fare for the return journey, and to go and meet her there. She's got a nerve. Uses Scotland Yard as a bloomin' messaging service. I see. Well, thank you for passing that on, Inspector. Why does Susie have to go see the Lord Chief Justice? She didn't tell me. I better head over to the Lord Chief Justice's office and fetch her straight away. Can I investigate? Three. Oh, I guess I don't care about that. Police are scrounging into this place by the look of it. Instructions from the audit. Examine every article in the shop and every ledger in the book of accounts. Every article? But that's a ridiculous amount of work, surely. We've been hard at it ever since the shop was declared a crime scene in the early hours. We're sifting through all the shifts, all in shifts at least, but still. I'll be working through the night, that's for sure. And they'll barely even scratch the surface. Crime and pawnbrokers. Must be every policeman's worst nightmare. Bobby! So the copper's worst nightmare, you know, a crime and pawnbrokers. Oh, bye. Alright then, let's see what we can uncover. Boy, what do you think you're doing, Sunshine? You can't touch anything here. Oh, but we were hoping to investigate. This is a crime scene, for Pete's sake. No touching! What's the problem, Gregsy? Runa's a lawyer, you know that. Oh, I'm ever so sorry, your ladyship. Ever so sorry. The rules and regulations are a thorn in my side. Of course, if Mr. Naruhodo has been properly appointed by the accused, that'd be another matter. The accused. Oh, if you could show me some representation papers, I wouldn't be too happy to let your nose around. Did you hear that, Runo? You need Ginny to sign some representation papers. Looks like presenting the detective here with the correct paperwork is the only way. Alright, well, let's get out of here, then. New location's been added. We gotta go to the Lord Chief Justice. Susie's waiting. We need to go meet her. The three of us are gonna solve this case. Oh, God. White Ganondorf. Here we go. The stupidest image. Yes. No matter how many times I come here, I always get the same sense of oppressiveness somehow. Do you think this place is oppressive? I think it's normal. How so? I mean, look at that suit of armor over there. You can't take that seriously, can you? Maybe it just thinks... Maybe it thinks the same about you. Reserving this with regard to tomorrow's arrangements, I trust. Yes, thank you very much. What's happening? There they are, Ganondorf and Susie. There they are, Suzasato-san and Lord Strongheart. I wonder what they're talking about. They both look very serious. I can't really see her. Very good. There is nothing further to discuss. You may return to your lodgings. Not that you have much to do in preparations for your return to your homeland. What's happening?! Wait, what?! Wait, what did he just say? You'll return to your homeland? We need a Sasato-san! Oh, God. We're here. We're just gonna intrude now. Birds. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. What was all that about? Yo, you have some... Mr. Naruhodo, thank you for coming to collect your colleague. What's all this about? Why are you talking about Miss Sasato's return to her homeland? And... tomorrow? Tomorrow? But what about Jeannie's trial? You mean... she's been formally charged now? Oh, dear. We need to talk. Miss Sasato, what's this all about? Oh, please don't concern yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. It's only me going back to Japan. But why? I don't want you to leave my side! That's not what I asked! What happened? Why are you leaving? It's my father. He's fallen ill. No! You won't make it back in time. It's a 2-month... Oh, no. Oh, no! Professor Mikitoba? That guy. If I may. Yes, sorry? You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Eugen Mikitoba. I'm professor of forensic medicine at Yuma University. We received an international telegram from the Empire of Japan informing us of the news. 10 days ago, Father collapsed with a fever. The cause is apparently unknown, and it seems he grows weaker day by day. I don't believe it. As you are aware, the voyage from here to your country's capital, Tokyo, takes some 50 days. I thought it would be prudent to hasten Mr. Sasato's departure as much as possible. Yes, absolutely. I will leave London first thing tomorrow morning. I can't believe this is happening. I don't want to... No! So Gina has been charged. She'll have to appear in court. Yes, she was formally charged a few hours ago, and the date of the trial has already been set for tomorrow. No, not even 24 hours later? Gina? Ah, the Lestrade girl and the murder of the Baker Street pawnbroker, yes. All too transparent of a case. The pickpocket was clearly disturbed mid-robbery and shot the man in a panic. No, the yard is overstretched as it is, without wasting time in these open and shut cases. That's not it's not wasting time. Jeannie would never do something like that. Oh my god, she's got the stones to speak to him that way. Mr. Naruhado. Oh, yes, Lord Strongheart. In defense of your fine services as of late, I shall overlook this young girl's insolence. I have no recollection of admitting a child into my office. Leave now. Of course, Lord Strongheart. Criminals will tell the most palpable lies in order to evade justice. The police can ill afford the time it takes to unravel all of their untruths. Meanwhile, more crimes are perpetrated. We have far more serious matters with which to contend. Serious matters? Didn't Gregson mention something like that yesterday? Yes, Inspector Gregson made a similar remark yesterday. Thank you for reading my brain. It's no concern of yours, though I'm sure I need not remind you of that. This isn't right. I don't like it. I don't like this at all. 3 minutes precisely until my next meeting. You must excuse me. There's just one more thing, Lord Strongheart, which is, it's Miss Lestrade's trial. I wonder if you might permit me to defend her. He doesn't need. I don't need a timely suggestion. Sorry? The girl currently has no representation. But that's not fair! Yes, she may be a pickpocket, but she still deserves a fair trial. Do not misunderstand me, young lady. The government provides for those too poor to afford representation with a public defender. The accused need only sign the relevant paperwork, and a defense barrister will be assigned to the case. However, the young girl in question has refused that right. Why would she do that? I question you would do well to direct at Miss Lestrade. You'll find her at the local prison. Yes, thank you. Now then, it's time I was leaving. Good day to you. I don't like any of this. What a day. Gina charged with murder. Sasato-san about to leave. Come, Mr. Naruhado. Iris, we must make haste. But, Susie, you're leaving for Japan tomorrow morning, aren't you? Don't you have packing and things to do? As Mr. Naruhado, judicial assistant, my personal circumstances are of no consequence. My sole purpose remains to help you in whatever way I can. Thank you, Mrs. Zato. That's a very pensive look. I think we ought to visit Gina first. In any case, I should like to wish her well before I leave. Yes, that sounds like a good idea. Let's go! If I'm honest, this has completely thrown me off. I just have to do what I can, as a lawyer. Oop, wrong button. Just itching to dismantle that huge clock. She's technically our assistant, though, this case, isn't she? Alright, where's the... I've scrolled past prison. Jeannie must be feeling very lonely, I imagine. This sucks. I don't want Susato to leave! It's just like Maya all over again, only I don't care about Maya as much. That's not fair to say. Oh! Hello again, Gina. Stop with that gun! Why do they let her keep that? What are you here for now? To have the muzzle of that grenade launcher shoved in our faces yet again, obviously. Hello, ladies. I think I need to improve the way you load ammunition to that thing, don't I? Look! You can come as many times as you like, but I ain't got nothing more to say to you. We're gonna have to force this one out, aren't we? Gina, I wonder if you might hear me out. There's something I'd like to say. What? I'm sorry to say that I must reluctantly bid you farewell. Farewell? Tomorrow I must begin my journey back home, to Japan. I fear we may never meet again. Oh, why? I've had the pleasure of meeting so many lovely people here in London. I have so many wonderful memories. And yet, as things stand now, it will be a glum parting indeed. Poor Iris is so miserable. Susie. Well, ain't my business. Both Iris and Mr. Naruhito believe you to be innocent, Gina. They've put their faith in you. But somehow, you can't find it in your heart to put your faith in them. Yeah, that's right, I can't. What of it? It grieves me greatly to say goodbye to my friends when they are so clearly unhappy. Because of you. What? It's my fault? Yes, so I have one final request, Gina, before our paths never cross again. Right here and now, I want you to show both of them that you don't deserve the faith they've invested in you. Only by doing that would you truly be as alone as you claim to be. Oh my gosh, that's so mean! What are you talking about? What do you expect me to do, eh? You've told us that everyone lies. So prove it by admitting one of your own untruths. What's that you said before, Jeannie? You said something about unforgivable lies? You mustn't tell Mr. Naruhito and You must tell Mr. Naruhito and Iris the truth now. This is my last request before I leave. My last request as a judicial assistant. No, I can't. Whatever these lies are, they are obviously weighing very heavily on Gina's mind. Gina, I could be wrong, but is it something to do with what happened 2 months ago? Something about that trial? The one in which Magnus McGillen was acquitted. In case of the mysterious murder that took place inside the omnibus, you were called as a witness by the prosecution. Isn't that what this is about? Yeah, you're right. Because in that trial, I lied. I lied like you wouldn't believe. Will you tell us about it now? No, I don't want to leave! The trial 2 months ago. Like you said, it was all happened 2 months ago. The coppers got hold of me and shoved me in the witness stand. And based on your testimony, Mr. McGillen was declared innocent. Yeah, well, the thing is, I lied about a whole bunch of stuff. I knew it. What sort of thing did you lie about? I was hiding under the seat in that night. That was the truth. It was pitch black in that little cubby hole. Couldn't see a thing. And then I heard that loud thud, like someone falling on the floor. And that's when Mr. McGillen discovered you. Yeah. He pulled me out from under the seat and sat me next to the dead man. I don't much like to say, Bob, but when I looked at my hands, I had Cove's blood and all over him. I was so scared I couldn't even speak. You had his blood on your hands. In other words, it was Jenna on the witness, in a witness's roof deck they saw through the skylight. That was terribly sad. Sorry. Then Mr. McGillen started asking me questions, I suppose. Who you were, why you were hiding under the seat. Yeah, he did. Only, that's not all. What do you mean? I mean, they threatened me. Threatened you how? He made me swear about what I'd seen, what I'd heard, and about what he was gonna do if the Cove was found dead. He made me swear I couldn't tell no one about any of it. If I did that, he said he'd let me scamper off before the coppers showed up. Gina, you must tell me what you swore you to secrecy about. What you saw, what you heard, everything. Oh my god, that's a lot of information. You said Mrs. McGillen made you swear not to tell anybody what you saw. But you were in the pitch black compartment under the seat the whole time, weren't you? Yes, with Mr. McGillhead sitting above your head, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it's true, but it was when I heard the thud of the cove hitting the floor, I let out a little scream, see. Couldn't help it. Mrs. McGillhead heard it, dragged me out by my arm, and that's when I saw it. It was on the floor next to the old geezer who had been stabbed. A disc, all bright and shiny. A disc? Do you mean... Yeah, that's it. The one the what we took off me window banks. So the music box was there on the floor of the omnibus. Not for long, Mr. Gillis spotted it straight away. He picked up and smashed and stuffed it inside his pocket. So that disc was in the omnibus 2 months ago at the scene of Mr. Mason's murder. And the big bog trotter told me, I want to mutter a word to no one. Cause it was so dark on the seat in the cab, I was straining my ears the whole time. Well, I heard the door and the footsteps inside the cabin. Presumably that was McGilly getting on board. Nah, not only him. Oh, so I'd definitely make out the footsteps of 2 people. Oh, they came to talk about the loan. In that case, it would seem likely that it was Mr. McGillicuddy and the victim, the thrice-fired Mason. In his testimony during the trial, Mr. McGillicuddy claimed he slept during the carriage ride. But whenever I'm in the carriage, I take it with the past tiredness and I've always succumbed to it. In your own testimony, Gina supported this. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. Yeah, that weren't exactly true. Neither of them was asleep. I could hear them talking the whole time in low voices. What? What were they talking about? Sorry, I don't know. The sound of the horses and the wheels was too loud. Well, that still tells us something. Mr. McGillicuddy and the victim knew each other. Well, I mean, we knew that. They were loaning from each other. Mr. McGillicuddy was lying, as I expected. Suspected. And after the event, I knew it wasn't going to take long before someone raised the alarm that the bloke had been killed. Yes, you were quite right. The other passengers on the roof deck noticed very quickly. So when the cab came to a stop, Mr. McGillicuddy told me to idle back under the seat again. I climbed in and waited. The 2 coves from the top ran up to get the coppers. Yes, Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. Why, and after they'd gone, Mr. McGillicuddy asked the driver to do him a favor. A favor? Now then, fella, what you need to do is take this coat off of mine and deposit it here by a pawnbroker. And for your troubles, let's see now, I give you 10 guineas. A nearby pawnbroker? You mean on Baker Street? Yep, you got it. It was with the banks. The coach, he snapped up the money and ran off to pop his coat fast as good. So then there was no one left in the carriage. Mr. McGillicuddy opened the box under the seat and let me get out of there. But not without conditions. I see. Alright. What were the Mr. McGillicuddy's conditions then? For letting you go free, I mean. Not telling a soul, not for anything. Not about what I saw and what I heard. And there was something else as well. There's more? Yeah. This is the most important thing. He said. And after the coach and under the end for me, with some small change in his hand. Now then, do you hear the asked of him? Do you see anything at all? You asked me all pop your ways, alright? Aye. Twain's taking your overcoat to deposit with the pawnbroker hereabouts. And I want you lass to take the redemption ticket for it. Do you understand? What, you want me to have the ticket? That's alright. I'll come fetch it from you later. Not within the next month or 2 months. Hang on to it till then. Is that clear? And whatever you do, don't lose it. Alright then. And in case it might happen to be delayed at all, you're to go to the pawn shop. With the bank, so it is. And you're to extend the loan, whereas before 2 months is up. If you forget, the article will be forfeited, and any old fiend come along and buy it. But I ain't got that kind of brass. Here's £5. That should be enough. Do we understand each other, lass? Don't try anything funny now. If you go against me. Yeah, I get it. Good, and one more thing. In a few days from now, you'll be visited by the police, I have no doubt. The coppers! Aye, they come asking for you to take the stand in the court. Testify as a witness. So let's just have a wee chat about that, shall we? What is it you might say, and what is it you might won't say? A lot of dots. Gosh, who would have thought this case would be so elaborate? After you gone out of it all, I pinked it, got as far away from there as I could. You know, the pawnbroker's ticket, some business near the scene. We went to fetch it the next day once it got dark. So Mr. McGill had planned it. And of course, Gene ended up giving false testimony. Okay, but what does that really help this situation? Bet you're ready to stand me up, eh? I lied in a big old courtroom. Told some caucus. The thing is, he said he would make it so they couldn't live in the East End no more. That's what threatened me with. What a wicked man. You know everything war in the back in the slums. You knew they had no one to look after us, and we was all just looking for each other, getting by together. So you mean Mr. McGill would have... Then Artbait would have had a lot of chase out of it if he wanted. Then where he would have gone, eh? No way, that's where. So, I didn't have no choice. Thank you, Gina, for telling us everything. But, I'm for it now, eh? Go on, admit it. You must be living. Well, you can make amends by doing me a simple favor. Favor? What? Sign the representation papers for tomorrow's trial. It's like, woman, do it! Eh? If you don't actually want me to represent you in court, you can rip it up later. But we need that paperwork, or we can't investigate. The police won't let us. Investigate what? The scene of the incident last night. Mr. Sholmes was shot, you see. You what? Hurley's having a big operation right now, Jeannie. Is it bad? Is it gonna be alright? Sholmes is gonna be alright, right? That's why I want to investigate, for Mr. Sholmes to take as much as anything. Right. So what you're saying is, if I sign a bit of paper, everyone's happy. Is that it? Something like that. Miss Susato? Yes, of course. I have the representation papers here. I don't need no one to stick up for me, though. No lawyer, nothing. Poor Jeannie. She seems so lonely. We did it! Well, at least this should mean we can investigate the casino window banks now. Yes, and perhaps we can come back and visit Jeannie when we're done there. I feel like we finally cracked Gina. She's opened up to us at last. And now I have her representation papers. No one else knows what just a responsibility that is. Anyway, for now, it means Inspector Gregson can't stop us from investigating window banks. Although, something tells me he's not going to be happy about it. Yo, me my lady posse. Yo, another to be continued. These are coming in so quick. This one was only like 45 minutes. The last one was only like 45 minutes too. A lot is happening. Investigation Part 4. Alright, here we are. Pawnbrokery. Here we are again at the scene of the crime. Now to thrust these represented papers in Gregson's face and see what he makes of them. Hello again, Inspector. Do you have a minute, please? What is it now? You should go home and get some rest. Here you are, Gregsy. Here are the representation papers. Your ladyship! Oh! I don't believe it. How the devil did you get that stubborn little ragabash to sign that? I salute you. That's good work, that is. I can see you've been very busy here as well. How about some tea? It's a special blend designed to relieve fatigue. The tea again. Oh, there's Pinky and everything! I didn't even notice. The first 2 times. Fancy. Ah, lovely. Well, let's see now. Yes, yes. I hardly feel tired at all. Some fizz a fiddle, your ladyship. He turned his teacup into chips! Would it be alright if we investigated the scene of the crime, then? Do as you please. You know where it happened. Although, the door behind the counter. Yes, the storeroom. That's where I discovered Mr. Windibank. And Gina. Right, well, I'll be getting back to business then. Will you be investigating in the storeroom as well, Inspector? If I'm perfectly honest, we need to wrap this up before long. Can't afford to spend too much time on it. But there are so many articles to go through, it's taking forever, even with the lads working round the clock. I am in supply. Which is part of the problem, because there's another case the yard needs to investigate urgently. You're making me hungry, Sora, giving him more chips. That must be what Lord Strongheart meant by far more serious matters before. So what I'm saying is, don't go to my feet, Sunshine. Come on, then. Let's not waste any time. Oh, poor Susanto. Can we move to there? I have to probably investigate it. Alright, let's go. Behind that door is the storeroom, isn't it? That's what Gracie said. Yes, and that's where I saw that dreadful scene last night. Through the little window in the door. That's his revolver, isn't it? Mr. Windibank, face down on the floor, with Gina beside him. As the accused legal representative, you have the right to examine the scene, Mr. Naruhodo. We must make a thorough investigation. You know, this is the only Ace Attorney game where you're implied that you're actually allowed to investigate. Every other instance in the series, it's almost like Phoenix is just kind of sneaking through, trying to not get noticed, and he only gets through because the detective just likes him and lets him do as he pleases. Why is my camera fuzzing? Have you ever tried watching multiple streams at once? Once or twice. It's actually extremely difficult. I can't focus on more than one at a time. Sorry. I should have muted myself. Yes, of course. We will. Behind that door. That's the real scene of the crime. Don't worry. If there are clues in there, I'll find them. She gives me extreme confidence. Poor Mr. Windibank. She was hard, I bet. Storeroom. What's gonna happen to all these things out of these dead, I wonder? Poor Iris. She's clammed up completely. Iris is bound to find this difficult. After all, Mr. Windibank's life was taken in this very room only last night. Hi, Gregson. Ah! Wait, where did he go? Wait, Inspector! What is it now, Sunshine? What did you call me Sunshine for? You took one look at me and tried to run away. Do you think a Scotland Yard inspector would run away from some jumped up little defense lawyer, do you? Well, I've never seen her ladyship looking like that before is the thing. I didn't know what to say to her. So you weren't running away from me, you were running away from a 10-year-old. I'm afraid this is all a little much for young Iris. Some gentle reassurance might go a long way, perhaps, Inspector. Eh! Ahem. Don't trouble yourself unduly, your ladyship. I mean, at least you're not dead, are you? God! No! That is not helpful. That is... I don't think that went very well. Why? Maybe it would be better to say nothing. Look, I'm in the middle of an investigation here, Sunshine. I told you not to get under my feet. And we have investigating to do ourselves. Yes, I'd like to hear more of what the socially inept inspector has to say. You're one to talk, Mr. Naruhado. Oh, Hurley. And inquired how Mr. Sholmes' operation is going. Yeah, start talking, boyo. So, Inspector, what do you make of the crime scene here? Pshaw! You've got eyes, haven't you? Use them! It is what it looks like, none more, none less. That's not helpful. Iris, could you lend me a hand? So, Greg Z, what do you make of the crime scene here? Yo, I love these three. It's like Phoenix, Maya, and Pearl. Only it's just three probably better characters. I don't know. Pearl's a pretty great character. Oh yes, your ladyship. Do allow me to humbly explain. Using the child to your advantage. Amazing. Last night, at shortly after the hour of 1 o'clock in the morning, Got Yard police attended the scene, so they did get some sleep. And only one door to the storeroom was found locked from the inside. So it was locked from the inside. The lock appears to be broken now, though. Was that the police officers doing? Quite right, madam. Quite right. We took the liberty of smashing the door in, as humbly as possible. Oh. As you can see, the victim was discovered prostrate on the floor, thus-wise. And next to the aforementioned body, we discovered the vile gutter child. Are you talking about Jenny? Jeannie? She's my friend, you know, Inspector. Miss Lestrade, the hapless girl, was cut up on the floor, dead to the world. She's still alive, you know. Yes, when I saw her, she appeared to be unconscious. And I'm afraid to say, she had the gun that was used in her hand. No! Presumably, it's the gun that's still down there on the floor now. Old Western revolvers. In her pocket, we found the key to the door as well. What? The key to the storeroom? And you say the storeroom had been locked from the inside, Inspector. Correct. All of which leaves her ladyship's friend in something of a sticky situation, I'm afraid. Obviously, my personal opinion is that it's some sort of misunderstanding. Okay. Of course it is, Inspector. Of course it is. I knew he was going to say it like that. Anyway, Sholmes' operation. Greg Z, do you know anything about Hurley? Is the operation finished? Is Hurley alright? Is he? Well, her thing is, don't mince your words, Inspector, please. You don't mean to say that Mr. Sholmes is... Oh, right, she's just as concerned in a different manner. No, the operation's done and dusted. It's just that, well... Out with it! Oh, God! She's gonna throw him! Look out! Yes, ma'am! They use something called a general anesthetic. It's the latest thing. Renders the whole body insensitive. Dude, she looks like she's going to kill him! God, she's intimidating. The whole body anesthetized? Is that how you say it? Is that even possible? It's like, it's not when she does her action pose that I realize how small her arms are. When she's folded up, they just kind of look normal size, but she's like got them stick arms. But the fact that she has that much power in them tiny little arms, it means the operation can be completed while the patient is fast asleep. Oh, goodness, the Empire of Japan, we can just manage to provide laughing gas for a tooth extraction. Trouble is, the latest thing isn't always the greatest thing, if you follow my meaning. They couldn't get the medication to work at first, so it took hours for him to nod off, or so I hear. And now that the op's finished, they can't get him to wake up, apparently. Oh my! No one knows if it's the anesthetic still in the system, or if the bloke's just plain exhausted. But anyway, all they can do is stand back and watch until he comes around again. Hurley. When he opens his eye relationship, I swear I'll get the word to you. What a surprise. Even in matters of life and death, Mr. Sholmes has to do things his way. Sasato is scary, indeed. Alright, well I guess it's time to inspect things. Look for some clues. The police have marked the position of the body with a chalk line. Poor Mr. Windibank. He was a nice old man. Well, he was shot just once, through the heart. Most likely the fellow died instantly. He wouldn't have felt a thing. Uh-oh. Aha! That maybe will be able to help with that. What? There's nothing like the sight of blood that get the blood pumping, is there, Runo? I have a feeling I'm not as bloody-minded as you, Iris. I'm afraid the sight of blood makes my blood run cold. There you have it, you see? When it comes to blood, we're all different types. Yes, what a scientific observation. Bloody hell! So you need this. Wait, forensics equipment? Oh no, what is that scary looking thing? Oh, Hurley and I haven't actually come up with a name for it yet. But as soon as you see it in action, you'll understand what it does. Watch. Oh, the color, the bloodstain has changed. Yo, wait, what is that? What's that thing that does that? Like was it the black light or something? Not black light. That's for, you know what I mean. There. Does it make sense now? Yes, I think I'm starting to understand. Blue blood. Good. It works on this principle that different people have different types of blood, you see. Yes, how wonderful. The chemical it fires combines with the blood and makes it change color. So you can identify whose blood it is that you're looking at. In a flash. Oh, what a fabulous invention, Iris. Isn't it? Isn't it? I bet Jeannie would say it's blatant white. So, whose blood are we looking at then? This must be Mr. Windibank's blood. Yes, this is where he was shot, so there can't be any question of that. This could turn out to be a very valuable clue, so we simply must make a note of it. The blood analysis has been entered into the court record. Let's keep testing and adding the results of any other blood analysis to the portfolio. As long as I have Reginald left, sure. Alright, the gun. This is a revolver, a real one. And quite possibly the murder weapon used to take Mr. Windibank's life. What's the matter, Susie? You and Runo look like you're about to faint. Well, it's just that I've rarely seen a gun in the flesh. And I've had issues with guns in the past. But anyway, we saw Mr. Windibank with us yesterday, didn't we? Yeah, he was like waving it around. I shall have to take my own life! It must be the same gun. And then last night, when I looked through the spy hole of the storeroom here, that was the same gun I saw in Jenna's hand. Mr. Windibank told us that he only ever had a single bullet loaded in his revolver, didn't he? Well, it's empty now. The one and only bullet he had in his gun has been fired, so we can be fairly certain that only a single shot was fired from this revolver. Okay. That's not very helpful. All these articles that have been deposited, well, there was all stuff with them. I can't believe how many there are. A bicycle, a gramophone, musical instruments, even some enormous paintings. Look! Pieces of different people's lives quietly gathering dust in here all together. There's something very peaceful about the atmosphere in here. Or at least there would be, if not for the chalk outline on the floor and the policemen shuffling around. Not much I can do about that, sunshine. Wait! I was thinking! Stop! Why can everyone read my mind? Okay, well that looks important. Out of all the articles in the storeroom, this is the only thing that shows any sign of being ransacked. Ah! What is it, Iris? That's the box file that has my manuscript. That my manuscript was being kept in. Oh! Here's an unpublished story. The Hound of the Baskervilles. Surely that's not what all this. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, you sold it. Without telling you. We must check inside the box. At once! Yes. What'd you find? It was there! Iris' story was there! Really? It was? Well, that's good news, isn't it, Iris? Yes. I mean, of course I believed Hurley when he said he'd deposited it here, but still, it's a relief to actually see it. Really? Because that's not a very well-hidden frown. Iris' manuscript has been entered into the court record. She had a little heart on it. Well, that's the name of the case, so that's definitely got to be coming back to later on. Is that all that's in here? The gun, the blood outline. Wait, why is this repickable again? Iris? Don't worry, I'm alright. But we must find the true culprit. Yes, absolutely. Okay, that didn't change a thing. I don't suppose this will do of any use. Mr. Gregson, could you give me your opinion about this, do you think? We don't tend to share, Sunshine, not with the general public. In that case, Gregsy, how about some herbal tea? This isn't helpful. Ah, lovely. Thank you very much. They really hit the spot. Your ladyship. You don't mind sharing that, then? Alright, so I guess we move. How much tea has she made? Alright, so I know what I want to check in here now that we're here. Oh, that's the wrong button. The mysterious blood on the wall. Ah, look here. That's a bullet. Ah, yes, a bullet hole. I can see the bullet still lodged at the wall. Presumably, Mr. Winterbank wasn't practicing with his revolver in his spare time. Ah, well. Mr. Sholmes likes to practice in his drawing room whenever he can. He's very patriotic like that. Sorry? It's all there in the Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, you know. Isn't that right, Iris? Did I write something like that? Partly in jest, perhaps. In jest? Well, he doesn't do it often. It is quite a dangerous pastime. He doesn't do it often. He shouldn't even once. Forget that for now, Runo. Let's examine this bullet. What's around the bullet hole? Is it blood? Suspicious red stain on the calendar. Aha! This is where I come in! Oh, right. If the blood changes the same color as the sample of the storeroom, we'll know that it's Mr. Winterbank's blood. Exactly. Here we go, then. Well, that's green. It's completely different to the color that Mr. Winterbank's blood turned in the analysis. It just goes to show, things don't always go according to plan, do they? Life comes at you fast. Nevertheless, we must add the sample to the results of the other blood analysis. Okay. I can expect it again. Green blood. It just seems wrong somehow. Oh, there are all sorts of different colors. There are pretty pinks and purples too, you know? Like I said, everyone's blood is different. I wonder what color my blood would turn out. Actually, I don't want to know. Yeah, you do. Don't lie. I don't think this will be helpful about chicken anyway. Shelves where the pawnbroker puts articles that have been forfeited on display for customers to buy. Yes, it's really strange miscellany, isn't it? I mean, who would buy this horse statue, for example? Well, sometimes you can find some real treasures among all the junk, you know. Are you alright, Runo? Oh, it's just, well, it looks like a collection of useless junk as a whole, but when you pick out individual things, you can't help wishing you owned them. Even that horse statue. That's exactly how the pawnbroker works. They're very clever. Was this helpful at all? I'm fairly sure this contraption was here yesterday as well. Here we are, though I'm not confident I can get it closed again. Oh yes, that's a folding stereoscope. Really? This is a stereoscope? Shishom showed us a picture yesterday that you were supposed to be able to see in 3 dimensions. And for that, he used a great big contraption over there. Ah, well, that's for use in public houses and places like that. It contains a carousel with all sorts of pictures inside. But this little thing is much simpler designed for use at home. There are special shops selling prints you can use in them. I have a little collection myself. I wonder if I could make money out of these in Japan. Be keeping my toilet sparkling anyway. Oh god, I love those references. Okay, so anyway. That's a music box. Do you have them where you come from, Bruno? Yes, but I've never seen one as large as this in Japan. Oh, well, this will be a treat. Shall we have a listen? What do you think? Isn't it a pretty sound? It's a beautiful sound, yes, but it's a little hard to enjoy when all the policemen in the room are giving you fierce looks. Never mind that. If any of them say anything, I'll tell Gregsy to have a word. Iris Wilson, Superintendent of Scotland Yard. I don't think this will be helpful. This is a strange contraption that you see pictures and things that are right in front of your eyes. Makes you think. When Mr. Sholmes briefly showed us to us yesterday, we were blissfully unaware if any of this was about to happen. Okay. Okay, so, one sec. I would love to see the photos, or, you know, the photo machine thingy. Where is that even at? Are we done here? I don't feel like we're done here. Hold on. I guess we gotta... Let's see. So is there anything else I've missed? I don't really see much of anything in here. I talked to them already. Oh wait, hold on, this is something different. Here's the article ledger here, in Mr. Windibank's notes and... Yay, I see that picture. What's this? It looks like though someone has left a little photographic print behind. Oh, look in the back. There's some writing. Is there? Oh, show us, Susie. Come on, show us. February 15th, 10:30 p.m. Article deposited. 1 gentleman's overcoat. Loan amount paid, £1. Redemption deadline, 15th April, 10:30 p.m. Gentleman's overcoat pawned for £1? Clearly was a very fine coat. In fact, I think. Yes, this must be the ticket for the overcoat that Ginny redeemed yesterday. And it's still wearing, which belonged to Mr. McGillen. Would never have expected the redemption ticket to be handwritten on the back of a photograph, though. Gentleman would just use whatever piece of paper that he happened to have on hand. But this photograph of a cat looks very familiar, doesn't it? I'm sure I've seen this exact same picture somewhere else recently. Oh yes, you're right. Very recently. It's the same one that Ginny gave us earlier. Of course, I was forgetting that she gave us that print. Well, what are you waiting for, this Naruto? Get it out! Alright, alright. Let the cogs turn. Yes, they are exactly the same. Oh, excuse me. I've got it. These 2 photographs hide an amazing secret. A secret? What does she mean? You must tell us, Iris, at once. Do you really want to know? Yes, we need you to tell us what you know about this pair of photographs. I like an image of a cat is relevant to a murder case. I know. So Iris, about these 2 photographic prints. The one we found here on Mr. Windibank's counter and the one Gina gave us before. Okay, well, what's the secret? What's this amazing secret you mentioned hidden in between these 2 identical prints? Actually, that's not quite right. Sorry? If you look carefully, the 2 prints aren't the same. Not exactly. They're not? Have another look at them now. I need to see this. Let me have a look. Oh, God! It just kind of jumped out at me. And the left one, the kitten is looking slightly... well, the kitten's looking slightly off to the side. And in the other one, on the right, the kitten's looking dead on the camera. There's also a slight shift in the background. Like, it's just the focus is different. I didn't notice it first. You see that they're just slightly different from each other. I think so. It's very subtle, though. So with my autistic eyes. But what's the reason for the subtle difference between the two prints? Ah, well, it's because they're a set, you see? No, I don't. This pair of photographs is meant to be used in a stereoscope. Everyone in London's raving about them at the moment. Yo, wait! Ah, stereoscope. Why do I feel as though I've heard that word before recently? Oh, yes! That's what Mr. Sholm showed us yesterday. The box. You see, there it is, just over there. Ah, yes, of course. The retro machine makes pictures look real enough to touch. Well, actually, it's quite possible to see the same depth in pictures even without one of those contraptions. Wait, really? Do you know how a pair of flat photographic prints can appear to have any depth in the first place? No, I have no idea. Oh, wonderful! Then I'll be able to tell you. She's over the moon, bless her. Should we let her explain, though? We really need to carry on investigating the scene. Yes. I, for one, simply have to know. Okay. Have you ever considered, Reno, how our eyes see depth in the world around us? Well, I just opened them and it works. But the reason it works is because we have two eyes. Two eyes. Shocking. If you try closing just one eye at a time, I think you'll see straight away what you see with your left eye and what you see with your right eye are ever so slightly different. I wasn't paying attention. You get a different view with each eye. Yes, the position of objects seems to shift slightly. Exactly. And in your head, your brain uses that shift to estimate depth as it merges the two views into one. This is really weird. That's how we can sense depth in everything we see. Have a good night, Sora. Ha, my brain really is amazing, isn't it? It does so much without telling me. Fun, I can only see with my right eye. Ah, I think I see. So a pair of photographs consists of a left eye view and a right eye view. Is that right? Oh, well done, Susie. You're so quick. So if you persuade your brain to merge the two pictures together in your head, you'll be able to see a depth in these prints? Yes, Bruno. You're beginning to understand. And a stereoscope's function is to act as your brain and allow you to do just that. Yes, but as long as you have two images, two eyes, and one brain, you can actually do it yourself without needing a stereoscope at all. You can? Really? Let's try it. Let's see if you can view this pair of prints without the help of a stereoscope. Oh yes, I'm dying to have a go. I bet you that was really cool with the 3DS. So Sasuto-san really loves this kind of thing. You need to be able to cross your eyes. That's the main thing. Can you both do that? Cross my eyes? I think I can. Watch me. And see if you can copy. Whoa. Oh, God! Make your eyes do this. Oh, my God. That doesn't look right at all. I don't know if I can. My eye is watering because of the fan. Oh, God, that hurts. He looks so dumb. Oh, no. All right. Let me try. This is gonna look so dumb! Are you ready, Mr. Naruhado? Oh god, there, how's that? They look so dumb! The smile! I can't even right now! Wonderful! Now it's your turn, Reno. The trick is to concentrate on looking at the bridge of your nose with both your eyes at the same time. Not exactly an easy task when two people are staring at you cross-eyed. Alright, that's enough practice. Now let's try looking at the prints. Start by staring at one print and slowly crossing your eyes. I don't know how to do this. I don't know. I don't know if I'm supposed to do this. I wonder if it will even work. I know, right? It's weird. My eyes are all wandering. You should see two overlapping images like this. You try it now, Reno. I'm just gonna have to give it a try, I suppose. Do I have to actually do it? The print split into two images for you. Now the next step. Oh my god, this is to put the pair of prints side by side like this, and then try crossing your eyes again. Prints should slowly merge together until they form a new single image in the center. Okay, but oh yes! Mr. Naruhodo, it works! I can see it in the middle now! Oh my god, it's so weird. It looks so real! Oh, I can look at it all day! I can't with this woman here, I swear. I wouldn't advise that. Your eyes might start to hurt. Your turn, Runo. Oh, if only Sora stayed. Sora will see it later. Say hi to Sora. Pretend you're looking through the two pictures and slowly cross your eyes. Just keep adjusting the position of your eyes until the two images overlap exactly in the middle. Like, this is it? I don't know if I'm supposed to do it or if the game is supposed to do it. There, you managed it. So now you know how stereoscopic images work. Well, I don't know how we discovered it, but it really is quite extraordinary. Okay, so what do you think of these stereoscopic prints then, Runo? They're certainly amazing, but it isn't easy to get the knack of viewing them properly. No, some people find it easier than others. That's why contraptions like this exist. For example, for people who find it tricky. Oh, I recognize that. We saw one over there yesterday, didn't we? It's probably the same one. If I remember correctly, you press this little knob here. And set the pair of photographs in the stand at the back of the end, and it's still amazing, even though I know roughly how it works now. But what does that mean? Well, London seems to agree with you. Stereoscopes are very popular at the moment. You can find one of these folding contraptions in lots of households in the capital currently. These little machines are so affordable. Certainly there's no need to go around staring cross-eyed at pictures like you hate them. But it's much more satisfying to be able to see the effect with your own eyes. Well, I think so in any case. Stereoscopic pictures. I'd never even heard of them until yesterday. We've certainly learned a lot about them, but I wonder if it's knowledge that I'll ever actually need. Okay. Is there anything else to view now? Can we just look at with this now? That's no. Okay. Okay, so what does this mean, though? That ledger just open on the counter there really is enormous, isn't it? It's an awful lot of work to keep track of all these hundreds of items in pawn. It's too much to think about. Better to sell it all and have a clear head if you ask me. But clearly I was going to make this very careful when it came to the articles in his care. Okay, I want to look at this. I think of the Gina brought in here yesterday. Oh, it is. Yes, having been entrusted to her by Mr. McGillid 2 hours earlier. Article was one gentleman's overcoat, and the other redemption ticket was in the pocket of that coat. Yes, for a small box, deposited 2 days before the omnibus incident. Could that have anything to do with all this? Oh. I can't see. It doesn't leave it on screen for me to check. I guess we could try the hospital. I don't really know what to do at this point. Okay, well that's not right. Well, something new, but it just might be that she's not here. She doesn't appear to be here. I believe she must be in questioning at the moment. Oh, but wait a minute. What about it? Well, if you examine the scene here carefully, there's another possibility, isn't there? Jeannie could have slipped from the key from the jailer when she wasn't looking and escaped. Oh my! Why? Why would you do something like that? It only make her situation worse. Calm down, Runo. I was only joking, of course. Oh. You had me worried there. Thought that was a great deduction. Yes, it must be your way with words, Iris. You're so wonderfully persuasive. Perhaps you don't fully understand the weight that your words carry. Oh dear, I'm sorry. I suppose a light-hearted great detective is a contradiction in terms. Well, in the same situation, I'm sure Mr. Sholmes would have just thrown his head back and gobbled. Not entirely sure that's helpful, Mr. Naruhado. Well, anyway, it looks like we won't be able to talk to Jenna for a while. We should try and make progress with our investigation in the meantime. Yes, come along then, Runo. Come along, Susie. We should kill the guy with the key because he has a freaking gun. I mean, I don't know if coming here will be helpful. Nope. I'm gonna check here. I'm just looking around at the point. Okay, let's try outside of Baker Street. There's still a Scotland Yard carriage outside the window banks. Never imagined we'd be investigating a case so close to home. Poor Iris, she's very upset by all this. I'm sorry, I was there. I should have done more. None of this is your fault, Runo, so please, don't apologize. But it's the criminals who are to blame for all this. So let's investigate and work out how to catch them. Yes, you're right. I swear I heard someone talk in my ear. Okay, I'm running out of ideas. Okay. Okay, let's go back in here. But it's London, yeah. Okay, I didn't check this out. Can't find anything out of place. God, it's thick! Oh, hold on. The Hound of the Baskervilles. How did Sasato-san have the exact title of this unpublished story? I suppose I'll just have to wait until she's ready to explain it to me. I'm so sorry. Pop Windibank. Wait. Oh, check this thing. Mr. Naruhado, I don't know if you've noticed, but there's something rather troubling here. I did too, but my brain didn't think I had to go to that spot of it. I have noticed. The red smear, you mean? Yes, it looks like blood, doesn't it? I wondered if Cecil-san had picked up on that. Well, in that case, yes, we need Iris. We should show this to her before we forget. Updated! Well, I gotta move back to where I can talk to her. Wrong button. Oh, that looks like blood! I would say it's from a gloved finger. It was certainly a glove made of leather. Well, don't worry, Reno. You can leave the rest to me. What's color? Purple! Look at that. Yes, that's a color we haven't seen before. It hasn't, isn't it? So we have proof of 3 people on the scene. We simply must add to the portfolio of blood samples. It could be a rather important clue. Lean. Although, it'd be nice to find out whose blood these different colors correspond to at some point. Well, this is a particular stain of blood. Oh, you've had an idea, haven't you? Do you know whose blood this is? Well, it must be Herlock, right? I think I do. At least I have an idea whose blood it is. Okay, so wait, hold on. I need to know where this came from again. Oh, okay. Not from the color turned, but with a little deduction. That's right. I think it's clear. Iris, you know as well? Oh, you're first, Runa. Who do you think it belongs to? Oh, I think it belongs to... Alright, I believe that this blood of... Oh. The thrice fired mason, maybe? Thrice fired mason? No, huh? You don't sound very sure of yourself, the way you trailed off there. Well, it wasn't 2 months ago now, that case. And of course, I never met the victim, so I'm struggling to remember his name. He was definitely thrice fired, though. The victim of the omnibus case. Yes, his name was indeed Mr. Thrice Fired Mason. But that would mean that this bloodstain was left on that ticket 2 months ago. Yes, I think that was. Nina brought this ticket here to the Windibanks yesterday. She said that the bloodstain was already on it at that time. So it's a smear of blood from the time that Mason was killed 2 months ago. Something else is coming back to me now. Mr. McGillen was also wearing leather gloves that night. Now I ask you, is what good hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fellow bleeding from his stomach? I was about to start worrying about the gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. It certainly does look like a leather-gloved thumbprint on this mark. I actually thought it was going to belong to Herlock, because I didn't have Thrice Fired Mason in the list, so I wasn't even thinking of him. But we know that Mr. McGill had no injuries at the time anywhere on his body, from which we can conclude that any blood on the glove belonged to the victim, Mr. Mason. Mr. Naruhado, you sound just like Mr. Sholmes. Minus the quirky slip-ups, I hope. Yes, I think you're right, Runo. Very well. Let's make a note of this. The details of the pawnbroker's ticket for the coat have been updated in the court record. The blood analysis data has been updated in the court record. Now where do we go? Okay, so, but... how does that help? Okay, so... Well, what is that? Okay, I want to examine it. Actually, I don't want to examine it. So, what do you have to say about it? Oh, God, I don't want to... Just run over there anyway. Oh, I don't really like boring things. Ah. Looks like Japanese modesty is easily misinterpreted by young Western children. I mean, who does like boring things? No one wants to be shown something boring. When I think of it, you're always introducing things with, this is boring, but it's a bad habit. You should stop it. I'll be sure to let the entire population of the Empire of Japan know on my return. Okay, so... Where do... Okay. I don't suppose this will be helpful. I'll try. Never mind, he doesn't care. You're not helpful. No new things. I don't think it'll let me re-examine this again. No. So where do we go? She keeps saying that if you let your concentration slip, you might miss what people say. It must be here then? Maybe? Is there anything I haven't examined yet? I feel like something is amiss. Okay, so I don't know if this was helpful. This is not helpful. I don't suppose this will be helpful. Oh, okay, here we go. We hit something. Is that what I think it is? Your ladyship's latest? Yes, it's my latest story. It's called The Hound of the Baskervilles. I'm almost fascinated entirely. Fascinated. And, I don't suppose. Will you mention my humble self in the tale this time? Good question. I can't really remember. I see. Well, why would you, your ladyship? I'll just wait its publication with eager anticipation. You needn't worry, Inspector. I'm sure if you do appear, you won't be doing anything particularly remarkable. Ouch. You looking to be arrested, Sunshine? I didn't mean like that. And even if I did, you wouldn't have bitten her ladyship's head off, would you? Oh, that didn't help me at all. My brother, I don't know what to do. Alright, I showed him basically everything. I'll just show him this just in case. I've showed him everything else. What do we have here then? A redemption ticket for an article deposited here, is it? Looks like someone ran out of office stationery and wrote the ticket whatever paper was on at hand. Yes, this is the ticket for Mrs. McGilligan's overcoat, not the one that the little diver turned up with yesterday. Oh, actually no, it's not. Really? Think you know better than me, do you? No, I didn't mean to. Gino's right, Greg Z. It isn't the same ticket. Of course it isn't. I never doubted you, your ladyship. So, what's all this about then, if I may be supposed to ask? This is a second ticket. A second one. It seems that Mr. McGillid had, in fact, another article in storage here at Windy Banks. Is that right? I think we need to discuss this further with the inspector, Mr. Naruhado. I knew there was something here, so it's like, oh good, because he's ever so easy to talk to. Yay. We found something. This ticket was one of the pockets of Mr. McGillhead's overcoat. You mean to tell me Yes, there was one more than just the music box, it seems. I should have insisted on the lads taking it back to the yard and examine it properly. Well, according to the details on this ticket, Mr. McGill had deposited another article here with Mr. Windibank. Yes, I can see it written here. A small box, was it? Do you have any idea where it is, Greg Z? Any idea at all? It's another article belonging to Mr. McGillahan. It could be an important clue. Well, yes, sir. I suppose it could be. Please stop looking at those big turquoise eyes, all full of hope and anticipation. It's all too much pressure. I'll lose my marbles, I will. I'll go barking! Dude, what? This is no time for dog impressions, Inspector. Besides, I don't think it'd be very befitting to bark for a 10-year-old, you know. Maybe Susato, but I don't think she's into that. That's enough sauce from you, Sunshine. Okay. There is one thing that springs to mind. According to this ticket, the redemption deadline's already passed, hasn't it? Oh yes, of course. Articles are only held for 2 months. So the small box will no longer be here then. That's right, it's been forfeited. Which means it could be on the shelves in the front of the shop, where the forfeited items are offered for sale. Yes, the shelves are in the front. We must search them at once. You're wasting your time. Oh, there's dozens of little boxes out there, hundreds even. We can't possibly know which one might have been Mr. McGillahan's, as information not written in the ledger. Ugh. Well, I think we should at least have a look, just in case. Of course, your ladyship, of course. Very sensible of you, I'm sure. It's getting old. Well, let's go have a look. What? All the clocks are going off. Ah! Your name jumped out of my skin there. How can Mr. Windibank set such a wicked trap? I doubt he said it to scare anyone. Is that really the time? I think perhaps we should pay Gina another visit soon. Oh? Her trial is tomorrow. We must establish whether or not you will be defending her. I think we should ask her one more time. She may have changed her mind. Don't you remember, Reno? You told her she can rip up the representation papers if she didn't want you to be her lawyer. Really? Did I say that? Yes, you did. Oh, they're both mad! The deadline for submitting the paperwork is fast approaching. In that case, we had better hurry back to the prison and talk to Gina again. I'll hit this real quick, though. Yes, this is where all the items that have been forfeited are by the orders are offered for sale. That's right. They've all got little price labels on them. But there are so many. I wonder if the small box in this ticket is still on the shelf somewhere. The box Mr. McGill deposited there over just 2 months ago. Even if it were, finding it would promise to be very troublesome indeed. There are so many boxes. It could be any one of them. Shelton said that a pawnbroker's was the safest place to store anything, more secure than a bank's vault. So perhaps the small box of Mr. McGill had contained something of very great value. Well, if that's the case, he'd probably have kept it locked. So then we need to find every box with a lock and break them all open. Hiya! Oh god! Sasato, why? That sort of misconduct would get you arrested. I won't let that happen. This takes me back. It's been some time since Sasato-san last threw me. Dude, he's getting into it. What the heck, man? Okay, well. Never mind. I broke the theme of the music, so let's go. Alright, let's go see her. Should be difficult again. 5:41 p.m. Ah, Gina. Good. You're back. Eh? The police must have finished questioning her then. Oh, how was it, Jeannie? Was it awful? Eh! Oh, it didn't bother me. Thank you for the papers you signed before. I meant we were able to investigate Windibanks. Oh, why? Don't you want to know how we got on? We've been ever so busy. What's the point of asking? Won't change what everyone's saying that I did it. That's not. Gina, we came to ask your final decision. What decision about tomorrow's trial? Will you let me defend you or not? I must submit the paperwork now if you'd like Mr. Naruhado to represent you. Right, I see. She's really lost her fight all of a sudden. 1 second, this thing broke on me. But I know what that feels like. The worry is just too hard to bear. What we've uncovered. Oh, all right then, blimey. Give me the west with them. Give it a west with them eyes, Iris. So come on then, fill us in. Who done it? Unfortunately, we don't know that yet. You don't say. We don't know yet, Gina. But Mr. Naruhado and all of us know that you are innocent of this crime. And while we haven't yet managed to work out who the real culprit is, there are a number of interesting facts we have managed to establish. Oh yeah? Like what? Well, for example, the reason you being there in the first place. I think I know now why you broke into Windy Banks that night. Looks like I'm gonna have to take some evidence that clearly reveals the reason and thrust it in Gina's face. Or I could present it to her calmly, I suppose. We present that first. We found this in Mr. Windybank's storeroom. The manuscript of Iris's latest story. What are we thrusting into her face? Oh, hi, Ice. Welcome back. The manuscript of Iris's latest story. Oh, right. Well, that's good then. Curiously, the storeroom at Windybanks showed no sign of being ransacked for items of value and the like. Hi, birthday boy. With one exception, the file that housed this manuscript. Hi. It was you, wasn't it, Gina, who broke open the box containing this manuscript last night? You were determined to find out whether or not the Hound of the Bakersvilles was really there. That's the real reason you broke into the storeroom last night, isn't it? No problem. Why don't you just tell us what happened? Please. Made it back to her room feel comfortable again. Oh, yeah. This Bakersville story. It's the latest Sholmes adventure, right? But it ain't been printed yet. So I figured it's gotta be worth a fair few pieces of silver, right? Oh, yes. At least 5,000 pounds. What? So you intended to sell Iris's manuscript, did you? No. Jeannie, how could you? What? Wait, no, hang on! Of course I wasn't gonna sell it. All I wanted to do was find out if the manuscript, or whatever you call it, was really there or not. That's the only reason I was there in the first place. For Iris' sake. Isn't that right? We knew why you done it from the start, Gina. Of course we did. Dude, Iris played along! But I knew you wouldn't do mean like that, Jeannie. I just knew it. Well, when I saw the manuscript in the storeroom, it reminded me of what you said the night before. Grown-ups do a lot worse than that, believe me. Barefaced liars, a lot of them. You ain't just realized it yet. I'm telling you, that mantle script ain't at Windybanks. You'd soon see if you had a look. If I'm honest, I have wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes. I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere I don't know. British, even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. I mean, they all technically should talk with a British accent, but I can't do that. No, Jeannie, that was so sweet of you. I think she's blushing. Alright, alright. I tell you why I did it. Just stop looking at me like that, Iris. It won't be because of Iris. That's not why I did it. I just wanted to know the truth, that's all. You wanted to know if Mr. Sholmes was being honest. If he really deposited the manuscript at Winterbanks. It's like I told you in that fall. I never had a father. But Iris's law ain't like mine. She got her dad, only she can't see him. And I reckon that's gotta be harder. That's why she writes her stories. They're about her dad, really. That's what it sounded like to me, anyway. Last night, when I was listening to what you were saying. That's actually kind of sweet. Stories about Daddy. Oh, sorry, that was the wrong character. Whoops. You mean they're not the adventures of a great detective, so much as the adventures of a great detective and his trusty partner. Well, that's how I see it, yeah? You're so thoughtful and so kind, Jeannie. Why is my phone freaking glowing? Sorry, I thought something weird was happening. She never had a father. She only subtracted one. Yes, and we never thought any differently, did we? Look, give it a rest, will you? I ate all this chummy nonsense. Yeah, I ate it. She ate it? I don't trust no one I ate. That's how I work. Because if you don't trust no one can let you down. So leave me alone. Go on, scamper. I hadn't noticed until now, but it's unmistakable. Right there on both sleeves of the overcoat. Blood? Or some very suspicious red stains. What? Why are you looking at me like that? I think it may be worth presenting some of our other findings in that area to Gina now. I haven't talked about the other thing yet, but maybe I won't even need to. Those stains on the sleeves of your new coat, Gina. They're blood, aren't they? Not that I know whose blood yet. What? But blood, Mr. Naruhado? You don't appear to have any obvious wounds yourself, though. So, should it be blood that splattered from Mr. Winterbank when he was shot that night? Let's not beat around the bush here. This trusty friend of mine will get the results much faster than anything else. Take it easy, Oz. Don't move, Jeannie. I'm going to shoot. She has consumed the nonsense. Oof. What color is it? Oh my god. Oh, it's purple. Oh. No, my. What the? Forget the sleeves. The whole coat is covered in blood. Of course. The black color of the fabric was masking the stains. That's why we haven't seen them until now. Good thing I brought my gun into the prison. They didn't take hers either. And the blood has reacted with the chemical churn to a purple color, which matches one of the samples we already have collected perfectly. Yes, now let's see. Who had the purple blood? Aha, yes, it was the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, the victim of the murder case 2 months ago. Why does this keep flashing? We're all morons. What y'all about? The victim? What do you mean? No, they're all facing me. It's a rather uncomfortable situation, Naruhado, but I think this makes things quite clear. It means the omnibus case is finally solved. The truth about who really murdered the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, is revealed. Oi! Will someone explain what's going on? Stop telling half the story! Valid point. The truth of the omnibus case. We can see now that the victim's blood is all over Mr. McGillahead's overcoat. But in the trial 2 months ago, the defendant said this in his testimony. I ask you, what good-hearted soul wouldn't this to have a fella beaten from his stomach? I was about to start doing about my gloves now, was I? Are you sure to give the man a hand? Wait, the book is a diary too? It's the great big book of everything. But if you look at this overcoat now, it's clear. Those stains couldn't have arisen from Mr. McGillahead trying to pull the victim to his feet. No, if that was what it really... Then the blood would... Oh, excuse me. The blood wouldn't have splashed all over the front of the coat. No explanation for this pattern of blood. And that it splattered over Mr. McGillahead's coat when he stabbed the victim in the stomach. Why murder him? I tried to run from this truth for long enough. But there's no escaping it now. The true culprit in that case, Mr. Mason's killer, was Magnus McGillen. I knew this! This isn't a revelation to me. Mr. Naruhado, that horrible case is solved at last. And I helped the man walk free from that trial. I used all that twisted testimony and all that sham evidence to prove his innocence. How could I have let that happen? Runo, did you believe him, though? Did you believe Mr. McGillahead was innocent? I believed, or rather, I think I was trying to believe. I wanted to. Because believing in those you represent in court is a defense lawyer's greatest weapon. A weapon? Before we came to the Great Britain, a great friend of mine taught me a valuable lesson. So Lucky Charms guy is the final boss after all. In a way, but he's dead! Unless he somehow survived the fire. You mean Kazuma-sama? Of course. Yo, the boy! In the flashback, back is back. Listen, Ryunosuke. We lawyers are only human. We can't know for sure what is the truth and what is a lie. Which is why we must resort to our primary weapon. An unwavering belief in our clients. That's all we really have. Unwavering belief. Only when we truly believe what our clients tell us can we fight with everything we have for their cause. With the katana and the black wing on his back. How'll never be a memory, laddie? Lucky Charms. That's so much better than what I was thinking. Sorry. So I believe you, unwaveringly. What's funny, Gina? Cool. Sounds like this Empire Japan come from. Everyone must be soft. Well, come on. Look at the mess this got you into, believing in that bog trotter. Yeah, I inadvertently helped a murderer walk free. Well, at least you learnt your lesson now, eh? Believing in people's never worth it. Someone's always stabs you in the back in the end. The memory line was just the first thing I thought, too. As soon as you let your guard down, you add it. Take a leaf out of my book. Believe in no one. Get hurt by no one. Gina, may I ask you something? What? I'd just like to make absolutely sure. What would you like us to do with these representation papers for tomorrow's trial? I would have to say it. Rip them up, chuck them away. Are you really sure that's what you want? But that's what he wants now, no? Mr. I'm a believer lawyer over there. Don't forget it was me in that trial 2 months ago. I lied. I led everyone up the garden path, didn't I? And you're telling me you can believe in me after that? Not likely. Well, Mr. Naruhado, a lawyer's primary weapon is an unwavering belief in his clients. Ultimately, it comes down to whether or not I feel I can trust Gina after everything that's happened. I trust her. Gina, let me say it again. You've just gotta believe! Please allow me to represent you in tomorrow's trial. Are you half-baked? Not at all. You've not once admitted to committing the crime, have you? What's more, I believe that you're telling me the truth. Yeah, hell yeah, dude. She cute. I trust her. Seriously. Oh, Mr. Naruado. Naruado. Why is that so funny to me? Did you hear what I said before? I'm a born liar. Fibs just slip off my tongue. And I'm a diver, don't forget. Naruto Tato. I poured water over your eyes 2 months ago and got you all sorts of trouble. Why would you ever trust me now? I just don't get it. Gina. I do understand why you chose not to put your trust in others. But I assure you, there is more to this life than you yet realize. What do you mean? The world we live in, oh, what a face, is full of people you would do very well to trust. People who won't ever let you down. Just like Rick Astley. What a soft expression. Or is it just a normal expression from the side profile? I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna be brought to tears. It's one of those moving expressions. It's true that I'm just a student of law, and I'm certainly lacking courtroom experience. But I can promise you this: whatever happens, and until my very last breath, I am completely on your side. What do you expect me to say to that? Oh, she's crying. Then it's decided. I will take these papers now and carry out the necessary preparations for tomorrow's trial. The guys cheating, but they're all me. It would be a shame to throw them away now after it's been pinned with your name so beautifully. Do what you like. You Easton Lauda. Oh. I don't know what you want. I don't get you. Gina's taking herself off to the back of her cell. She'd never admit it, but I hope she's feeling relieved. That turned out alright in the end, I think. Okay. Whoever's hiding there! What? She's scaring me! Who is she talking to? Show yourself at once! Eavesdropping is the height of cowardice. Dude, what is she talking to? I'm terrified! Mrs. Otto? Somebody is there in the shadows. I can sense it. Somebody who wasn't there before. Is it Sholmes? Oh my god, please be Sholmes. Please be Sholmes. What? Is it him? Blimey, you're sharp, eh? Oh no, it's the inspector. I suppose you'd use one of them mystic Japanese arts, like this art of stealth I've heard so much about. I wished it had been Sholmes. I was ready. If anyone was being stealthy, it was you, Inspector. Greg Z. Oh dear me, I'm most terribly sorry, your ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you. How long have you been listening to our conversation? Good grief, listening in. No. I just got word that there were some visitors who were refusing to leave even though it was after hours. I assure you, your ladyship, I only just arrived this very minute, not a moment earlier. That's all it is, nothing untoward, nothing at all. After hours? Is it that late already? So then, I'll humbly excuse myself now, your ladyship. Ta-ta, toodaloo, cheerio, all the best, bye and bye and bye. I didn't even finish talking to Gina. I didn't go down that route of conversation. The game forced me into a new one. I didn't even know you could do that. I sequence broke the conversation. I just assumed I'd save the actual question of representation till the end, but, you know. Sometimes the game will just... Wait, is he a lolly simp? Oh, no. Okay, so... To briefly explain, because it's not that complicated. She writes the stories that, for Sherlock Holmes, and he's in those stories. She wrote him as a good character, the smartest of all of Scotland Yard. So when Scotland Yard heard that, not only did he get a raise, he's got a fan club at Scotland Yard and everything. People treat him very nicely. So he treats her nicely because basically his entire profession and popularity hang on the balance of what she writes about him. So it's not that well, he is a simp in a way, but just mostly for completely selfish, beneficial reasons. It's just so that, you know, she doesn't write bad things about him because she basically controls his fate. Anyway, that's a lot of farewells, and not one of them appropriate for her ladyship. Oh, but I wanted to have a chat. I'm terribly sorry, but time is present at the minute. Oh, I see. That's a shame. If I don't get this emergency at the Supreme Court dealt with sharpish Lord Strongheart, well, emergency, Lord Strongheart. Nothing. Forget I said anything. Anyway, I'm off. All right, Gregsy, if you have to, but let's chat soon. Delighted, charmed, can't wait. If you please, my pleasure. That's a lot of pleasantries, and not one of them sounded sincere. This is acceptable. Gregsy's so funny. He says such silly things. For being smart, she's kind of naive. I guess being naive doesn't make you dumb or smart. It's just a thing. It's certainly entertaining to see an inspector of the police fawning to a 10-year-old girl. But anyway, I wonder what this emergency is at the Supreme Court. What if it's worse than the Japanese version? Are we gonna go there? I must attend to the court clerk's office now before it closes. Yes, of course. Thank you, Mrs. Susato. Yeah. Oh, phonies. Kindly escort Miss Iris home now, Mr. Naruhito. I shall meet you there later. Oh, am I being forced, though? And so our investigation came to an end. Well, it's... Okay. Sasuto-san went to file the necessary papers for my defense of Gina the following day, and then it hit me. I could no longer suppress the wretched feeling that had been gnawing away at my insides. Tomorrow, Sasuto-san would be leaving Britain and making her way back to Japan. Dude, confess your feelings! If he doesn't, I swear to God, it's late. It's 11:30, almost 11:30. In the 1800s, that's unheard of. It's an ungodly hour. Naruhito-san, it's been a very trying day, hasn't it? I do hope you're not too exhausted. What about you, Sasuto-san? Today has been even more trying for you, I'm sure. Mr. Sholmes was shot before our eyes, Gina was arrested, and all in the back of the news that her father had fallen ill and that she must return to Japan at once. I hope your father recovers soon. Thank you for your kind words. Don't be so formal. I know it's like her job. I wonder why it is that so many thoughts rage in my head like a storm, and yet I seem unable to find the words to express any of them. I know exactly what you mean. Anyway, I have one final task to complete as your judicial assistant. Once that is done, I shall make preparations for my departure tomorrow. One final task. What's that? This woman is gonna break my heart, I swear to God. Ah! I don't want her to go! I don't want to be stuck with Sholmes and the child! It's just 2 months since we arrived in London. It hasn't been long enough. We managed to establish this office. It was finally as though we were feeling like we were settling in, despite not having done any real work. Since we did. I would be lying if I said I felt no regret. I mean, she can't leave her dad, but still. I'm so sorry, Sasuto-san. Ah! Sasato-san. I can't read. It's just so sudden. I really don't know what to think. I've had no time to gather my thoughts. I know we've only been here a short time, but in my limited experience of the courtroom, I feel I've learnt something. And what would that be? It seems to me there are many facets to people's personalities. Facets? And like a jewel, the light plays off them in complex patterns, illuminating their actions and their motives. The point of favor of Gina supremacy. I see Ice's tastes are shining through. She reminds me of one of your characters that you shared before. I think that was just kind of on my head. But we only see a small number of the total facets, and what is illuminated is only part of the whole story. What lies in the shadows? What do those facets, what that we cannot see, look like? Perhaps there are some parts we'll never lay eyes on, for as long as we live. That's so true. Sometimes I feel as though I'm blind to so much, but I keep hoping that one day it'll all become clear. That all the facets will be illuminated, and I'll finally understand how everything fits together. Naruhado-san. I suppose what matters is that we keep our eyes open and keep moving forward, even if the way sometimes seems dark. I know how to see it now. The bias of our characters determines our... Is that British? I kind of thought she was she was more Scottish, because her accent is so much more you know, like heavy-handed. Because everyone here is British, but no one has those massive accents except Jenna and McGillaghead. It's amazing to think it's just been 2 months. You've grown so much. No! Don't make these sad faces! I can't! Scottish, even better! She's gonna break my heart. God dang it. Bagpipes in the distance. Sorry, I've what? Oh no, it was nothing. Unimportant. Don't buy that. Do you know what time you'll leave London in the morning? Yes, I picked up my ticket earlier. She'll be leaving here at 4 a.m. I see. Well, I'll escort you to the station. Absolutely not! Sorry? I'm sure you realize why I couldn't possibly let you do that. You have a very important day ahead of you tomorrow. Gina's trial. Yes, I know, but every word you utter will have the potential to determine Gina's fate. You must get as much rest as possible. Even though, like me, I'm sure you will find it hard to sleep. Please, for me, do try. God, this is sad! You mentioned one final task a moment ago. What did you mean? Oh my, I nearly forgot. Please, I want you to have this. Is that her book? Is that her book of everything? What is that? Some huge bundle of documents. It's my notes from the case 2 months ago. Oh, okay. The murder that was committed on the omnibus. Oh, the McGilligan case. McGilligan. It seems to me that this case of Mr. Windibank's murder, of which Gina is accused, is very much tied up with that omnibus case, in ways that are not yet completely apparent. So I took the liberty of consolidating my writings about the case for you. With everything else she's had to think about, Sasato-san still managed to do this. And all neatly laid out for me in her beautiful handwriting. Dude, I get it! He keeps bringing mention to her beautiful handwriting over and over. Dude, he just needs to freaking grow a pair. It was my pleasure. I can only hope that it will bolster your case tomorrow for Gina. Thank you so much to Sasato-san. I'll do my best to use it wisely. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. Like, well, okay. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. No! Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said there. Oh, ignore me. I was just mumbling to myself. No! Don't let that go! I'm getting upset! Dude, don't let this... Well, it's getting rather late. I think you should go to bed now, Naruhado-san. I must finish packing up my things in my room. Sasato-san, I wish you the very best of luck tomorrow. Good night. Is she leaving? Wait! There's something I need to say. Hi! Oh, God! Alright, well, that's not very fair. What was that? A secret technique of mine. The Sasato shutdown. That's the same thing. Shutdown? This isn't fair. Please, I implore you. What? If we have to voice our goodbyes, I won't be able to hold back my tears. Oh, this poor girl. I can't. God dang it. At least it was a somewhat valid reason. Is his eyes going blurry or has he just got tears in them? I can't tell. Sasato-san. I can't tell. Did she just knock me out? I'm just gonna sleep on the floor. It truly had been a trying day. On our feet for hours, getting Gina to open up to us and learning the truth about that nemesis of a case. Physically and mentally, I was exhausted. And yet the idea of sleep remained. Why did I say remained? Seemed impossible. This might make you sad if you've seen it, but turning emotionally scarred Chad from the Du Bois even. Wait, what? But I forced myself to close my eyes. And as a cacophony of scenes of our lives here in London played through my mind, eventually, my fatigue triumphed, and I fell into a deep sleep. This sucks. Oh no, I can't even hear the ellipses anymore. He's that tired. This sucks. I swear to God! The small hours. St. Sinners Hospital, Ward 3. The boy! Is he awake? Yes, I quite understand. Is this him? I'm assuming. That is a great weight off my mind. The boy! Rest assured, I shall put everything in place, exactly as we have discussed. Thank you so much. It has been an honor and a pleasure to be acquainted with you, Mr. Sholmes. This is her. On the contrary, the pleasure has been mine. I bid you farewell, and Godspeed. Yep, I knew it. My dear madam. I don't think it was that big of a secret, but alright. Well, this seems really ominous. God dang it! Ah! Ah! Getting angry. This is the last chapter of the game! Okay, we're here at the trial now. Oh, continue! Oh, God. I can't. I don't want to stop yet. I don't want to stop on that note. I know it's getting late in a way, but when I awoke the following morning, Sasato-san was already gone. Outside the window, the rain came down in sheets. Sleep is for the weak. And so began an even longer day than the last, one that I remember for the rest of my days. I feel like we're in for a very long final case. Old Bailey defendants at the chamber. Hello, darling. Good morning, Gina. I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we could do it. Sleep is addicted for being sus. Okay, I'm sorry. So what'd you find then? Sorry. You know, earned a fancy dress. Sasotaro, or however you say it, I don't know. She doesn't even know how to say her name! Sasotaro. Yeah, dude, stop stealing my jokes. Miss Sasato had to leave early this morning. She was already gone by the time I woke up. Oh, you alright with that, are you? No? Forget about me if you like. Go and see her off. Oh my god, this girl is so sweet. It's Sustato, ma'am! Frankly, Rem, you don't know how to say it either. No, I'm terrible. It's fine. It's not as though Miss Sasato won't and I won't meet again one day. Even so, but you, Gina, you only get one chance. This trial today is all we have. Good morning, you two. Wait, who is that? Oh, I didn't know who that. That could have been anyone. I didn't know who to voice. How you feeling, Jeannie? Did you manage to sleep? Kitty! Iris, what you doing here? What do you mean? When a friend is in need, we show our support. Isn't that right, Waggy? Yeah, maybe it was a cat who was speaking. That could be. We'll do that. Oh, yo, he's out. Ah, Waggy! Great way to show your support, kitty. That's a cat for you. Let me have a nose around. What harm to do? Oh, that reminds me. I brought a paper on the way here. Now, would you like the good news or the bad news? What do you say, Reno, Jeannie? Oh, well, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Nah, always take the good news first. You might not live to hear the bad. Yes, that question always gives away people's personalities. That's a good point. Let's not go there. Alright then, I give you the bad news first. A record amount of rain has fallen this morning, and carriages all over the capital are struggling to move. Huh? The bad news was a weather report? Nice Dracula's wine stash sets the entire courtroom on fire. I wait for this cat to do something incredible. So I hope that Susie made her train to Dover, and that the train hasn't delayed on its way to the port. Gosh, yes. Alright then, so what's the good news? Well, the rain is forecast to subside this afternoon. So even if the rain is delayed, it shouldn't make up the time later. Well, that is good news, isn't it? What is this? Why is any of this relevant? I couldn't give monkeys, really. I enjoy Gina a lot. Like, I prefer Sasato. Sasato, I can't read or anything. But Gina is amazingly funny. I love her too. She's just like me, for real! If only all the good news canceled out the bad. And look, this trial has made the headlines too. Okay, here's the relevance. Pawn broker perishes in pick purse plunder. See? How do you like that? Well, let me say what I want. See if I care. I can't, because you're covering your face. Don't worry. Reno will soon show everyone that this headline is nonsense. I will. And then, in tomorrow's papers, the headlines will be... Discharged driver is dauntless do-gooder. Isn't that right, Reno? Oh, yes. Let's hope so. Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you. How was that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it? It's like she was still here. Why is this a court record? Good luck then, Reno. I'll do what I can. Oh, wait, is she... Please, please, I want... Oh, my God, let her be my jujitsu assistant. Please, let me take the 10-year-old into court. Your Honor? This 10-year-old is vital to my case! Obviously, I don't know the law like Susie does, but still. Yes, yes, yes! I'll be by your side the whole time, giving you moral support and encouragement. Yes! Yes. Yes, I'm excited. Susato's not here, but Iris is great. I'm not sure that big thing is as comforting as you think it is, to be honest. But thank you, Iris. That's very kind of you. I see no issues here. Oh yeah, Iris. Yes, Genie. Well, I was wondering is all about Sholmes. Did it fix him up, aight? Yes. The operation was a great success. But Hurley still hasn't come around yet. That's lies! Eh? That's a friend of mine in Scotland Yard to send the telegram as soon as he wakes up. I'm sure Gregson will let us know the moment there's news. Oh, right. No Susato-san and no Mr. Sholmes. It's all down to me today to prove that Gina is innocent of this crime. Your illegal advice and surprisingly concealable weaponry will be of great use. Miss Gina Lester, blah blah blah, counsel for the defense. Get in there! It's time then. I should stop yelling. Yes, let's go, Gina. Iris. Lead the way, Reno. I say Reno. It's like probably like Runo. I don't know why I keep saying. Why can't I pronounce anything right? How do you guys put up with me? Poor Gina. She's trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell she's worried and scared. I have to believe in her from start to finish. That's the weapon that will secure our victory here. Kazuma. If I learned anything from my great friend, it's that. I just snort copium. Alright, let's get in there. Bestest boy! What was that? I heard a crunch in my ear. What was that? Welcome back, Dracula. How's it going, buddy?
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. This trial will determine the guilt or innocence of Miss Gina Lesterine. I shall now call upon the counsels for the defense and the prosecution to declare their willingness to proceed. I said it backwards.
The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready.
Lord Van Zeeks?
My lord.
Remind me, how many years ago was it that you withdrew from the public prosecution service?
It was some 5 years ago, my lord. The Queen was alive back then, huh? Why is this game bothered with historical accuracy?
Yes, and then 2 months ago you resurfaced somewhat unexpectedly, and here you are again today. Is there some circumstances of which the court should be aware of that have led to this erratic behavior?
He's the spirit of Kazuma coming back to haunt us.
In one might describe as your former life 5 years past, you dealt exclusively in matters concerned with the highest echelons of security and government.
Really?
Yet today you chose to try a simple case of burglary and murder. I confess I find it more than a little befuddling, counsel.
What? There are two types of person I cannot abide. Firstly, the wealthy scoundrels who hide behind the mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large. He means Mr. McGillahead, you defended against the Reaper 2 months ago. She's so short at the stand, her face barely goes above the bench! Is she sitting on a box or something? There's no way she's taller than that desk normally. What if? Yes, I just about managed to work that out. Thank you. Magnus McGillian. If I had known what a monster he was, I would have never defended him. And secondly, the even more loathsome of those very scoundrels who masquerade as allies, only to effect total betrayal in the final hour. In other words, the confidence tricksters from the tiny islands at the far east, the Japanese. What? He's racist! What if she's wearing the world's highest heels? He means you now, Runo. I actually managed to work that out too. Thank you, Iris. Total betrayal. What are you talking about? That horrid look of hatred in Lord Van Zeek's eyes. Was that directed solely at me, or was he talking about all Japanese people? Take that back, you son of... That's just some...
An alarmingly scathing explanation, Lord Van Zeeks. Still, the judiciary welcomes the return of the so-called Reaper of the Bailey, feared by all of London's malefactors.
Okay, so that makes sense. So he went into the McGillihan case to target him specifically. That makes sense. But afterwards, in the very next case with us, he went after us specifically. He didn't care about the case. He cared about us because one, we're Nipponese to him, and two, we hung Gillihead out. We tried to hang Gillihead out to dry. So he called us a backstabber, which is, even though that would have helped his case. So he's basically targeting us at this point, which I'm not surprised.
Still, the judiciary welcomes the return of the so-called Reaper of the Bailey, fueled by all of London's malefactors.
Your lordship is too kind.
Now, jurors, the 6 of you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Whatever models we happen to have lying around in the files of this game will be our jurors. Let's see who we got. You ready to hear the evidence placed before you and determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant?
Okay, so we've got... Holy God! Okay, so, alright, first off, the first two... I think there's only 2 new people here. So, first off, we've got Crescent Moon Old Man. I can't remember his last name. The maid girl from the first case. The old man, but now he's dressed as a doctor. The lady that was... Okay, well, she might be a model recolor. Not technically the same character, but it's probably a joke. And then that dude at the end. That was the freaking... Okay, does anyone... For everyone who remembers the boat case, the boat investigation, how we thought Sholmes was a freaking idiot, and he thought that the girl pretending to be a Russian man was the mysterious Russian killer or something. That's the dude from the papers. That's the real Russian. How is he here? So the lady there at number 5, she looks a little different, but just barely. I don't know who number 3 is. Oh, the paper. Exactly, yeah, I just don't have a picture of that. He was the dude in the paper, the Russian murderer. This is the real guy. How he's here, I have no clue, but that's that guy. Anyway, sorry. No, 2 and 5 are totally the same people. Oh, yeah, 2 and 5 for sure. 1 is obviously from the last case. The old man, he's either the same old man, or he's a different old man that they're like brothers or something. I don't know about the third guy. Yeah, say 4 might be intended to be a model swap. Anyway, let's go on. Former lieutenant of the British Army here. Don't you know, chaps like me weren't born already. Clean crockery, clean cutlery, and clean consents. His lordship's motto is very appropriate here, I think. Everything will be stereoscopic in the future. Absolutely everything, and I'm ready for it. Okay, he's a completely new character.
I don't understand it. I can't have left it in there. It's not possible. What could I have?
That doesn't help me. Woman dispensable in society. Stop. Female-centric future awaits. Stop. Okay, she's either the same person 2 months later with a different gimmick about her, or she is like... Okay, it doesn't matter. It's not going to be important. Oh, he can't speak.
Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I'd like to take the bus to Crystal Tower, please.
Wait, what? Little mouse. Oh my god, they're all insane. How am I supposed to... Is something wrong, Runo? Oh, not exactly. It's just... I'm fairly sure I recognize these jurors. Almost all of them, in fact. Really? Funny coincidences like that do happen from time to time, don't they? For like 18 reasons! But it is quite strange. The jurors are chosen at random from the 6 million inhabitants, you know? So I've been led to believe. But something tells me I'm being duped. Oh, Capcom, your humor gets me. I love how it's like, okay, 6 million people, and we've got the same people in here over and over again. This is the third try. None of them have appeared all 3 times, but come on. Oh my god. It's just too much. It's just 6. These are the 6 citizens of the UK. They didn't even have 6. They had the poll on a Russian.
Very well. Now, Lord Van Zeeks, the court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case.
As you wish, my lord. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In short,
He's gonna be racist.
there's never been a more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder. The victim, Mr. Pop Windebank, proprietor of a pawn shop on Baker Street, was shot from behind and died instantly. The prosecution presents this photographic print of the crime scene.
Well, the grandma was on vacation, I guess.
As the court will observe, there's a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder. The evidence suggests that the bullet pierced the man's heart, resulting in a near-instant death. Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner. His report states that the bullet entered the body at a raising diagonal trajectory.
And what's that supposed to tell us?
It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Someone like the accused, you might say.
Oh.
The prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and the crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord.
Indeed, the court accepts. Hand them to the bailiff, please.
Well, one of those dudes was really short from to flee the scene.
I now ask the court to turn its attention to the plan of the establishment where the incident occurred.
Magnus McGillis. That's true.
The proprietor was found in the storeroom where he kept articles pawned to. A windowless room with a single point of entry, a door to the main shop that was found locked. In this sealed chamber, there were only 2 persons present. The victim, Mr. Windebank, and the accused.
Oh! Can he even understand?
It may further interest the court to know that when the accused was discovered at the scene, she had in her hands a gun used to fire the fatal bullet.
Well, that's it then, isn't it? Nothing more to say. Isn't that grumpy little girl a pickpocket anyway? One of those filthy drabs that live in the slums of the Eastland. Oh well, it was only a matter of time before she got blood on her hands then. What are the jurors waiting for? The girl's guilty as hell.
Objection.
We can't jump to conclusions here. We mustn't assume her guilt just because of what she has to do to survive. Oh, here comes the wine already. I need to read the chat now. Listening slowly. You found me out. Ryan Nosegay. Very impressive.
My learned Nipponese friend, it is you who mustn't jump to conclusions. The prosecution has barely begun presenting its case. Conveniently, this appalling act of murder did not go unobserved. There are witnesses.
Good gracious!
After their testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful, pick-purse, or cold-hearted killer. Here's to establishing the truth.
The court will take the floor plan and firearm evidence. Hand to the bailiff, please, Lord Van Zeeks.
At once, my lord.
Windebank's gun.
Good.
Excuse me. I feel like the mood here has turned very gloomy all of a sudden, Reno. I think that's because it has. Yo, he's gotten rid of the cape already!
Let us begin.
Dude, it took him so long every other case to throw that away. He's starting off with the gun. He's like,
the kid gloves are off, as is the cape. Bring forth the witnesses to the foul murder of Mr. Pop Winterbank on the 16th of April this year.
Okay. Oh, yeah, these two aren't suspicious looking at all!
Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court.
Dude, the name is Nash Scullin. Occupation is baddie. Professional baddie. Nash Skulkin. The name is Ringo Skulkin. Occupation is same as him. Tobias Gregson, Scotland Yard Inspector. That's right. They're what they call the three Skulkin brothers. Robbie Rotten. What are you looking at me like that for? Don't lump me in with you lot. They all there. Good God, I can't. Core, blimey, that's cold. Don't you know what we got going through? It's our older bruv. Lost contact with him, yeah. This goes every shade corner old capital. Is in the last night I came across you, the very split of the bloke. Ain't that right, Rango? He's Nash is the very spim. Oh, you say, hey, what is he got to do? We got to call you. Big bro, Skokie. Come on, leave it out, you two.
Bruh.
What a well-timed bruh! Skulky, Scully Skulkin? And that's before he's run out of chips. Well then, Inspector Skulky Gregson. Hold on, I need to see something real quick. Is that his first name? Is that... No, it's Tobias! That ain't oh my god. I can't. Oh my god. I'm begging your pardon, my lord, but my name is Tobias. I really needed to just advance the text one block. What I'd like to know, Inspector, is what are you doing in the witness stand? You don't dead name him. The Skulkin brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, under suspicion of theft. Oh, thieves are they? These three? No, my lord, begging your pardon, but please don't lump me in with this lot.
2 nights ago, these two brothers illegally entered an establishment with the intent to burgle. And in the course of their nefarious activities, they became embroiled in a far more sinister crime.
By Jove, you mean to say, what an extraordinary coincidence!
Indeed, my lords. While attempting to burglarize a pawnbroker, they witnessed its proprietor's murder.
Yeah, that's fair. I couldn't see if she had a box or not. I was trying to see. Order!
The various trespasses of these brothers is not the subject of today's proceedings, so they will naturally face trial in the very near future.
With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain in the stand and keep these gents on the straight and narrow. Of course, Inspector. Skeptical about the caliber of these witnesses, I will permit them to take the stand.
Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you shall now testify before the courts. Describe the events of the night in question and what exactly you saw.
Abadoo! Because a Skulkin's never Skulkin.
What? What?
Get out of it. I love how they just look over at him. It's so good. I love it. Illegal entry. Okay.
He was walking down Baker Street in the wee small hours, and the gallop's door was ajar, see. He was like some car outside, digging for us to go in for us. But of course we go inside, call blimey, lummy. We heard a gunshot from the back room. We went to see the was what, but the door was locked from the inside. We never done nothing, Governor. We never took nothing. We just left after that, nice and quiet. After you put a bullet inside Mr. Sholmes. Oh yeah, you missed that, Isley. I don't know if you did. Wait, no, you were there. He got shot.
Terrible coincidence, it would seem. At the precise moment these miscreants entered the property, an even more sinister crime was afoot. Are we really gonna believe this? Guys, what is this? The witness's testimony is consistent with the crime scene in every detail. It's almost like as if they were there, committing the crime. But that's not the point I want to push. I just want to get the Nipponese. That's fair. The door providing access to the storeroom from the main shop was indeed locked from the inside. And within, only the victim and the accused were found. I must say, that does appear to be an overwhelmingly simple case. Okay, except for the fact that why was she in there passed out when she could have just left? Dude, why do people not think of these things? Why would she stay around after the murder? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Still, the defense may cross-examine the witnesses now, of course. Counsel, if you please. I'm going to lose my freaking mind. Counsel? He's two pay ones. Yes. What's the matter, Runo? Sorry, I was just stunned into silence for a minute by the blatant lies being told by that pair in the stand. I know it's all nonsense because I saw it with my own eyes. I'll just have to expose their testimony for the pack of lies it is. Like, the police know he was there. God, they're... Let's walk into a Bakersville small house with gas doors ajar, I see. Uh-huh. The front door of Winterbanks was ajar, you say. What time of night was this? It must have been about 1. White Wingo? Yeah, I say so. Why, Skokie? Soaky? How would I know? The place would have been shut at 1 in the morning, just like every other shop in town. Well, it was pitch black inside, it's true. Ain't that White Wingo? I'm not so sure, Nash. I seem to remember a little light burn inside. What about you, Skokie? Me old mucker? Leave me alone. I can't. Why is this so funny to me? I can't deal with this. There was... Oh, excuse me. Good Lord. There was definitely a small lamp burning inside. I do kind of remember that a little bit. That's what alerted us to the situation in the first place. Yeah, I remember that. And when these gentlemen ventured to the open establishments, the accused, Miss Jenna Lestrade, already had the muzzle of her gun trained on the unfortunate victim. He definitely has him blocked on Twitter.
Objection.
That is pure conjecture. Ha, perhaps, but it changes nothing. These brothers inadvertently wanted to do the middle of a cold-blooded murder, simply because they found the door of the victim's establishment open and ventured inside. Why? That's what happened. Liars. Dude, you look at... Dude, they have freaking crosses with a skull on it. I don't... God, I just kind of want to see. What are you trying to suggest? You had to go in? Well, God moves in mysterious ways, they say. Don't they, Rango? They do, Nash, they do. Must have been some sort of providence, I reckon. God's will often presents itself in the whims of thieves, does it? It wasn't no whim, I'm dead sure of that. It wasn't, Nash, it wasn't. Like we said at the time. Y'all just don't find doors open in the middle of the night like that. Nah, there's no two ways about it. It was a sign our long lost brother was inside. They're not very good liars, are they? Well, you can't deny it. Unless the a bloke that looks just like a bruv. I said cut it out. Those ships are getting a chomping today. But once we go outside, cold blind below me, a gunshot back room. Yeah, really? A gunshot, you say? Just the one? Are you sure about that? Yep, just the one, Governor. I can swear to that. It was, Nash, it was. Ain't that right, Bub?
firearm used belonged to the victim himself. Yes, Mr. Windibank always used to leave his gun lying around on the counter. Right, I remember. We examined it, we found the revolver was completely out of rounds. That makes sense. Mr. Windibank always used to say he only ever kept a single bullet loaded. That's true. I remember him saying that as well.
So we could say with considerable certainty that only a single round was discharged from the firearm used as the murder weapon.
Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord, we can. And I should remind the court that the firearm in question was discovered in the hand of the accused. Wonderful. I want to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside.
Hold it!
Do you mean the door between the main shop and the storeroom? If my learned friend is having difficulty grasping the situation, please. Perhaps a drawing would help. I don't. Oh my god. Including the shop's entrance from the street, there is only one other door. That is of the storeroom. Why is Mario and Luigi here now? They're the thieves that shot us earlier. Guess it was a little old lamp burning Marasiba. Yeah, the door's in because of the curtain and all. That's right. When we arrived, the door was mostly obscured by the curtain. Tell me, why exactly did you try to open that door? Eh? Any normal petty thief would turn run at the sound of a gunshot, I would think. Oh, well, your turn, Rabbit, Rango. Well, Nash, yeah. I suppose you'd say we ain't no more. Roughly speaking, humans respond in one of two ways on hearing a gunshot or a scream. The timid flee, goodbye's fear, was courageous investigate to see if they may help. These gentlemen are of the latter inclination. My learned Nipponese friend, it would seem, is of the former. Well, F you, buddy. Alright, somehow I just proved that I was a coward that night.
Thank you, counsels.
I have a little, I do have a little sword I won't draw. Super Mafia Bros.
So I believe we all understand the door was locked and could not be opened. Proceed, witness.
Oh my god. We never done nothing, Governor. We never took nothing. We just left everything nice and quiet. I mean, I know this isn't true. You didn't do or take anything. Is that your story? Well, it was a bad lamsoon, wasn't I? He was, man. She was. Didn't even have time to hold me dukes out of the Lucy Lockets. So, no time to take your hands out of your pockets. You just left. Nice quietly, you say. Yes, what, Governor? Nothing we ain't more than violence. Peace-loving nibblers we are, not bludgeoners. We are, Nash, we are. Never even pulled me dukes out of the Lucy Lockets. So, you clearly like us to believe. Yeah, come again. As you fled from the pawnbrokers that night. Did you not run to anyone else? And did you not fire a gun at that person?
Saints alive, they fired a gun, you say?
Yaga! Blimey, Governor! You ain't telling us it was used in the doorway. It was. Why is the bleeding no? They didn't just mention that before. You were armed with a gun. Then as you fled the scene, you fired that gun at London's greatest detective, Sherlock Sholmes. They shot the great Mr. Sholmes? I did hear that, actually. There was a rumor he'd been rushed to the hospital. The great Sholmes? That's beyond the pale. On the night in question, this pair were arrested by the police within minutes of the discovery of the crime scene. The suspicious contingents rapidly gives them away. And when searched, a firearm was indeed found in their possession. Furthermore, the barrel shows signs of a shot having been fired from it. It's a revolver. The prosecution invites his lordship to examine the firearm recovered from these brothers.
Yes, indeed. Remnants of powder around the muzzle, as you say, counsel. The court will hold this weapon as evidence.
The Skulkin brothers' gun. A single round. Now, my learned Zipponese friend. Yes?
Here's to you successfully presenting the evidence. For yes, there is a telltale signs of spent powder on the gun, and a single bullet missing from the cylinder. But the prosecution demands evidence that it was fired at the scene of the crime under scrutiny in this trial.
Objection.
Well, I don't need evidence, because I was there!
Objection.
However, the rest of us in this courtroom were not. If the defense fails to provide evidence in support of its rash claim, we shall have no choice but to toast to your incompetence and move on. Evidence that these two fired that gun before they left Windibanks that night.
The court demands that all claims are affirmed with clear proof. What evidence shows these witnesses unloaded a firearm in the pawnbroker's shop that night?
What do I've got? Oh, I need to see this. That's probably the one. We don't know who the green blood is. It's gotta be this, right? I don't have evidence. I didn't expect this. Pawnbroker perishes and Perk's blunder. How awful for jinning at me. But tomorrow's headline will be, Discharged driver is dauntless do-gooder, right? Yeah, something like that. If possible, I'd like to go even bigger. Bigger? How? Proud pickpocket, protects planet post-trial preps? Protects planet? Oh, I can't wait for tomorrow now. It's gonna be so great. What's this? There's a sensational story lower down the front page as well. Look, Ministry Mole, classified secrets may have leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. For a 10-year-old, Iris certainly has her finger on the pulse of the world news. It's about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently they're being intercepted by hostile nations. Communications are being intercepted? But how would that be doing that? That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career, Runa? No, of course not! I wonder. This is what the Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday. Yes, could be. And it could explain why he has Gregson running from pillar to post at the moment. Okay, well that's not helpful right now, but it's nice to have this in the back of my head. Alright, so it's gotta be this.
Take that.
The evidence is in this portfolio.
What? What on earth have you got there, counsel?
During the course of our investigations, we discovered a number of bloodstains. Not trusting the police to do the job they are trained to do. How arrogantly nibble-knees of you. Well, anyway, we analyzed all the blood samples we found and recorded the results in this portfolio.
You claim to have evidence the court is defending therein.
Yes, my lord.
No more dilly-dallying then, counsel. Present the permanent evidence at once. What do you have in your portfolio that proves that these witnesses unloaded a firearm at the scene?
Take that.
What is that? Explain!
It's a photographic print taken at Windibank's pawnbrokery on the day of the incident.
From the scene of the crime, is it?
Did no one see the bullet? Like, seriously.
Is that a bullet hole? And my eyes don't deceive me. It appears that the bullet's still lodged in there.
Yes, as your lordship noticed, the bullet pierced Mr. Windibank's calendar. The date shown being the 16th of April, the very day of the pawnbroker's death.
The incident occurred at 1 hour after midnight, but this indicates that the separate shot had been fired sometime after the calendar had been set to the 16th.
That's right. And while it isn't irrefutable, the defense believes that this credible evidence is that the witnesses did fire a round from their gun in the pawnbrokers that night. Yeah!
Order! How does the prosecution stand, Lord Van Zieks?
What silence? Dude, and the music just slowly faded out. If that is the direction my learned friend wishes to take, the prosecution has no objection.
What?
Fire! But you'll forgive me for flinging my hallowed chalice aside in disgust at the repugnancy it exposes. Yes.
Fire!
Fire!
Ice is alive.
Yes, on the night in question, the brothers entered the pawnbroker illegally. And unlike the bold baddies they claimed to be, opened fire on the new arrivals before fleeing back onto the street.
Yeah! Take it easy there, Governor. You gotta let us in the soup. Yeah, dear, you want to go get in them details? Damn, Skokie! Get the bloke straight!
I have nothing to add. So he knew, did he?
I did my best to lay
Van Zeeks knew their testimony would almost certainly expose the extent of their crimes. It would seem now that I owe my learned Nipponese friend a word of gratitude.
What do you mean?
What I mean is that you have helpfully confirmed an important fact.
To what fact do you refer, Lord Van Zeeks?
As has been established, at the point of their arrest, a single shot had been fired from the brother's gun. However, if that shot found its target in Mr. Sholmes, then clearly the witnesses cannot be accused of the fatal shooting of the perpetrator and victim.
The proprietor and victim. I didn't even... I thought of that. I'm like, wait a minute. We're still missing a shot.
In other words, these two men have no material connection to the murder of Mr. Winterbank at all.
So that's it. So they did shoot at us, but they did not set up the oh my god. We have a long way to go, don't we? That was the
Dad said he didn't have nothing to do with it. He didn't, Nash. He didn't. That's what I reckon. Your crimes include unlawful entry, intent to steal, perjury, and let us not forget, attempted murder.
Quite a catalog, eh, fellas?
In for now, bruv. Now then, let us take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes.
Gang signs.
It would seem that the man partitions in the pawnbrokers in question somewhat regularly.
Where's he going with this?
Mr. Sholmes appears to take pleasure in tinkering with eccentric machinery.
Eccentric? Says who?
Not me. Don't give me that look. He installed a pair of machines like this one in the victim's shop.
Yes, the cameras. Okay, that wasn't covered in this stream. But Sherlock Sholmes explained last time he had 2 cameras set up to take photographs every 30 minutes at the counter and the door. And I was looking for them during the investigation, but I couldn't find them. It seems the police took them with them. That's why I couldn't find them when I was checking the crime scene. Like, these will be really important! And I couldn't find them. That's why. The police already got them, which is not fair. I needed to investigate that. Oh! The one I've heard these red-handed recorders.
What is that, Counsel? It is the appearance of a photographic contraption.
As your lordship has summarized, it is indeed the camera attached with a small timing device.
Every half an hour, it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. The idea of that being if a thief were to break into the shop, he would be caught red-handed.
The prosecution has obtained the photographs taken by the device on the night in question.
8:30, nothing. 9 o'clock, nothing. There's a dog on the photo.
As the court will observe, copious identical prints are produced in a quite delusory fashion.
Rather procure, I feel.
In fact, there are 2 such devices in the victim's shops, my lord. There's a lot of photos to consider.
If I may refer to the plan of the premises, their respective positions are here and here.
You say these cameras produce a print every half hour. I'm afraid I fail to see how that would help if the anticipated thief conducted his activities in one of the many 30-minute intervals.
One can only praise the would-be criminal lingos, my lord. On the night in question, the witnesses currently in the stand were not caught on camera.
It's a bit of fair truck, bruv. He loves his skulking.
Witnesses, at what time did your trespassing begin?
Must have been just after 1. Right, bruv. Must have been Nash. Must have been. Yeah, just gone 1. In which case, minutes before these brothers entered the establishment. What scene might we expect to see within the shop? Let us examine the evidence.
Good lord!
How? How in the world did this happen? How? How in the world? Oh my god. Oh my god. What the hell? How do you refute this? What's the story here? Do you think... Oh my... She's shorter than him at all. No, she's not, actually. She's about the same height. Oh my god. This is insane.
It's the defendant! Miss Gina Lestrade!
Yeah, but... oh my god. How... There is a lot to unpack in that picture. That's not as incriminating as it seems. As the court can clearly see, the accused is pictured gun in hand facing the victim over the shop counter. No doubt forcing the proprietor to open his storeroom.
Quite! One can only too easily imagine the events that have unfolded. The court will take this photographic print as evidence, if you please, counsel.
Of course. Of course. Of course. Ugh! Alright, let's have it. Let's inspect it. Okay, first off, I need to inspect this gun. So, there's ammunition still loaded in 5 of this revolver's 6 cylinders. There is? Yes, which tell us that only a single shot has been fired from it. Exactly. The bullet that hit Hurley, in fact, isn't it? Yes, it happened almost as soon as we walked into the Windy Bank store. I'll make those brothers pay. It's the same thing. Okay, so this is not helpful at this point. Okay, so what's on here? Oh, dog. I thought we were gonna get to actually inspect it, but never mind. Ugh! Herlock got shot too. Yeah. I don't believe it, Jeannie. In short, the accused is the only person who could have possibly have killed Mr. Vinderbank. Ah! She's standing on something, but it looks like for here her model is just floating. I say, my lord. Who's saying? Wonder if I might put in a word at this point.
Go ahead, Mr. Foreman.
Took a bally bullet to the knee in the Battle of Madawan, 1880, don't you know? Okay, so we are probably on the right of the turn of the century. Okay, that kind of confirms it there in a way. Decorated for it and all that, but forced to retire from service, sadly. Of course, and metal can never outshine the exploitive chaps like us on the battlefield.
Yes, Mr. Foreman, and what exactly is your point?
Carried on the battle after retirement, you see. The battle of daily life, if you like. And here I am now, needling this small squadron. 6 men, all good and true. And we'll all go down together, you mark my words. One for all and all for one. What are you going on about, sir? He's like, I need to wait. The lads and gentlemen of the jury have reached agreement, have they? Is that what we are to understand?
Well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct?
In a manner of speaking, yes. That is the Jaredeb Squadron's petition, sir. What? No, it's too soon to make a judgment here. Status report from the court, man, on the double. His lordship insists on promptitude at all times, and that goes for making decisions, too. I think you'll find the truth as clear as day now. I can reach out and touch it.
I wouldn't have left it in there. I just wouldn't. But in all honesty, I can't actually remember. This isn't the doctor that worked on Herlock, is it? It can't be. Is that the bullet? Situation clear, stop, no room for doubt, stop. Truth now undeniable, stop. I'm very sorry for brothers. They are unlucky. What? Very well. I now call upon each member of the jury to state his or her leaning in this matter. Now it's your considered verdicts of the court.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. The doctor just fell on his face! Oh. Sir, they are not all men. It does indeed appear that the jury is unanimous in its leaning already. That photograph. It must be the definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned. But Jeannie didn't shoot him! No, of course not. My lord, the defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination. He's like, oh, very well, the court grants permission. So, you refuse to admit defeat again. How unsurprising. We shall proceed immediately with the summation examination. Yay, this again. Mr. Foreman, are all jurors of the jury ready? Absolutely, sir. Always ready for action, my chaps. Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. This is going to take some time. The last one we had to do of this was a lot of dissection work. Judicial findings. The jurors' contentions. All the evidence clearly points to the finger of the guilt of this young pickpocket. As a housemaid, I would like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated. I think you'll find that if you look at the photograph in stereo, the truth will just pop out. If I have left it in there, I should think there'll be repercussions by now. Dude, this better not be Holmes's doctor, but I kind of hope it is in a way. Okay, the trial's over now. Is honestly hysterical, right? Mind made up. Stop. Global radio transmission. A verdict to follow. Stop. She didn't explain anything. She didn't. In Motherland, we say never judge by clothes, judge by head. I am convinced the brothers are innocent. That's not what the. Is that what the question is, sir? The circumstances of the crime and the evidence do indeed implicate the defendant rather. The storeroom is locked from the inside, in which we, the victim, and the accused were discovered alone. And in the accused hands, the fatal revolver, the firing of which is heard by the witnesses. Not to mention this print! Taken from the chap who's seen action on the battlefield. That young girl's on the verge of pulling the body trigger. Thanks a lot, Mr. Sholmes. Oh dear, Hurley's cameras were supposed to be help, not hinder. I'm afraid I think you have an uphill struggle ahead of you. Begina didn't shoot Mr. Windibank. Which means there's more to this situation than we've yet to see. At least half, if not more, do not know what's going on. Exactly. Agreed. You have the floor, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination. If you dare. Dude, everyone's just... Alright, let's do it. The defense's rebuttal. Alright, well, I need to... Okay. I just gotta get all the information. You're Mr. Natsumi's landlord, Mr. Jaredeb, aren't you? We really must stop eating like this. You know something? A lot of characters that were established in that case have not come back again, like, at all, and I find it really strange. Because the game feels like this is the last case, and lots of things have been brought up that have not been addressed. Ah, here's that lawyer chap. Well, there's a turn up for the books. Yes, rather a turbulent time we had back then. Some extraordinary events took place at your house, that's for sure. Anyway. Luckily, Mr. Sholmes and I were able to get to the bottom of it all. I think we did rather a lot for you, didn't we? Okay. I mean, obviously.
I wouldn't be suggesting that, therefore, you should change your leaning to not guilty or anything. Okay. Can't be denied, I suppose. The curse of the Garrideb house was the talk of the town after that business. This is not relevant. Lodgers moved out, and I couldn't get a body soul to take up the tenancies. Oh. I haven't had the heart to break the news to Joanne yet. Bad enough that the old girl was clapped up. What? What is that? What? Yes, can't be denied. You did do a rather lot. But not for us, that's for dash certain. I suppose not. Of course, there could be no suggestion of that being the reason I'm leaning towards guilty here, obviously. Obviously. But honestly, rarely would she pay more attention to the trial unless the juror number 2. Whoa, wait a minute, what? Was he staring at her? Oh my god, I didn't even realize. Objection? Relevance? Is Dracula drinking or asleep? I don't think he cares. I don't think he really... I think in this situation, I don't think Dracula really gets to talk. This is literally us just trying to convince the jury, and I guess that Dracula... I don't think he's ever spoken up about it. I'm not sure, anyway. Anyway. Polishing the bench, I see. Again. Maid's work is never done. Not a blemish must remain. What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores? On my way to the market for his lordship, I have to pass through the East End. The place is full of beggars, pick purses, and crossmen. Scum of the earth. A little harsh, perhaps. Maybe plain. If it were up to me, all those backslums would be made spick and span or eradicated. At least we have people like the great detective working to achieve these important goals. You're referring to Mr. Herlock Sholmes? That's right. I like to keep abreast of his exploits by reading Ranjest magazine in between my duties. He does wonders cleaning up London streets. In my opinion, he should be declared an honorary maid of the capital. Mr. Sholmes? A maid? It's really quite unforgivable. Gutter scum having the audacity to shoot our very greatest detective. Minor detail. It was the two brothers in the stand who shot Mr. Sholmes, not the defendant. Minor detail indeed. They're all gutter scum as far as I'm concerned. Well, it might just be an idea to get our facts straight anyway. The sarcasm, I love it. Sholmes an inmate of it? Yes, all right. I shall amend my statement. Oh, she actually did? Those brothers of the scum of the earth, they should be swinged for shooting the great detective. I love this music, by the way. This is... I agree with you. The shooting of Mr. Sholmes was an unforgivable act. But yeah, I guess the point, Ice, in this situation, if we cannot turn their heads around, it is guilty. Prosecution has won. The prosecution doesn't need to say anything else. Does someone keep turning this off? Hold on. I'm afraid you're spilling hair, sir. Sorry? Whether it was the thieves or the pick purse, it was still gonna trust and shot the pawnbroker in the end. Filth that should be cleaned up and eradicated, in my considered opinion. Thanks so much for sharing. Changing this man's mind isn't gonna be easy. Well, of course not. No, I mean, unless was it ever a thing in actual British law back in the 1800s, though? Or even older, because it was apparently, while it was basically abolished, it wasn't legally abolished. We're literally clinging to an ancient practice in British law that just wasn't officially removed. So, which it could mean that it actually is bullcrap, but you know, at least it has a jury. It's getting closer to real world law. My knowledge is not that extensive. Neither is mine. I just kind of assumed. You know, it was one of the two brothers that shot Hurley, wasn't it? Yes, without question. Well then, I'll never forgive them. Oh, Iris. Perhaps we can use this maid statement to help us somehow, don't you think? Yes, maybe. Let's listen carefully to what each juror has to say first. She's very smart. She may not know anything about legal stuff. And if you look at the photograph in the stereo, the truth would just pop out.
Hold it!
What do you mean, look at the photograph in stereo? Sorry, what? Don't you know? If you look at the photographic print normally, it looks as though the pickpocket girl is about to shoot the victim, obviously.
Objection!
But there's no indication that the defendant ever fired the gun. All I'm saying is that if you look at the same print in stereo, it could reveal all sorts of new information. By any chance, are you a fan of stereoscopes? Oh, how did you know? Let's just call it a lucky guess. It never gets old seeing the two prints merge into one before your eyes. It's extraordinary, it's captivating, it's the height of modernity. Of course. Oh yes, I think you'll find that the stereoscope's here to stay. Giving us new perspectives could only dream of it before. It's the greatest invention the world's ever seen. If only it could give me a new perspective on this case, I might agree with you. Well, that wasn't helpful at all. But oh my god.
Hold it!
What exactly have you been muttering about all this time, sir? You keep talking about having left something somewhere or something like that.
Ah, so sorry. As you can probably tell, I'm a surgeon.
A surgeon? That totally passed by me.
Of course, people conducting surgery in this country aren't considered to be doctors. Oh no. Even though me and my kind are at the forefront of medical science, the real brains in the field.
So, what is it you think you've left behind?
Oh, well, that's a little embarrassing, to be honest. You see, I was operating on someone yesterday. Standard thing, went in through the abdomen. But when I'd finished the procedure, I couldn't find my scalpel anywhere.
What? Did he? Surely not.
Exactly, surely not, you say to yourself, don't you? Worrying, isn't it? That's what's been troubling me this whole time. Could I really have left my scalpel inside the fellow's belly? No, of course I couldn't. So, there you have it. Like I said, a little embarrassing, really.
That's one way of putting it. The other is manslaughter. Dude, I love Rinosuke. Phoenix always kind of does it the same way, but he just does it in a completely different fashion.
That's exactly my concern. And seeing as this case appears to be all but sewn up, I need to focus on trying to remember exactly what I've sewn up elsewhere. Now, I'm sure I made sure everything was back as it should be. Well, as sure as you can be without being sure.
I'm sure you need to be more sure. This man would be so dead by now. Yeah, you haven't explained anything, woman.
Hold it!
Sorry, radio transmission? What do you mean? Are you from the Far East? Stop. Yes, from the Empire of Japan. All communication with the Far East nations used to take place by mail. Real mail steamers take more than a month to complete the journey. Ah, but now we have the electric telegram. We can get messages by using electrical signals. Thousands of miles of cables have been laid along the ocean beds, connecting the entire... Is that how they did it? I never really realized. Hello, Jeff. Welcome in tonight. That I didn't actually realize. I actually always wondered how telegrams got across the ocean like that. I guess it's the only way that makes sense. I just never realized it. I never stopped and thought about it. Thousands of miles of cable on the ocean bed. Makes my head hurt just thinking about it. But isn't that how you would do telegrams across the ocean? I guess I don't know how else you would do it. How else could it even work? I don't know. I just haven't been thinking. You are well informed, young lady. What? Oh, she's talking about her. But cables will soon become a thing of the past. Stop. And just when I was starting to catch up. Radio transmission is the future. Stop. Pressures carried over the airwaves to the four corners of the globe. Stop. Excitement growing. Stop. Atmosphere electric. Stop. Right. Try not to wear out your fingers. Era of wireless technology. Stop. Driving technological revolution. Stop. People say inventions like the stereoscope are the height of technology. What utter priffle. Can't understand it. I really can't. They're just silly toys. Yeah, go ahead. Let's just go. You're terrible at your punch. Jury number 3. Sorry to interrupt when you're obviously fuming, but... What? Do you perhaps have something to say about juror number 5's last remark? As if I couldn't guess. Oh, you bet I do! Say that again! Go on! I dare you! Goodness, are you talking to me? I think he just might be, yes. You think stereoscopes are just toys, do you? Huh? Absolutely. I mean, really. I mean, she to view photographs in 3 dimensions? Why on earth would you not just use your eyes to look at the world around you? It's all 3-dimensional. What a great way to appease this man. No, I'm sorry. Stereoscopes are of no practical use at all. You just don't know! Pardon? I think you'll find that viewing a photograph through a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. I'm obviously going to have to demonstrate. What sort of possibilities? Well, take a crime scene, for example. If you had a pair of photographs from a crime scene that you could view through a stereoscope, it could reveal hidden clues you have never even noticed before. What? Have you got any, Reno? Any prints we could look at with a stereoscope? Absolutely. How about this print here? This should do the trick, I think. Wait, hold on. What exactly is he asking? Well, I think it has to be these, right?
Take that!
I was wrong. Wait, I can't actually think of anything we could use at all. Wait. What? Really? Oh dear, I think maybe I need to have a stereoscopic look into your brain sometime. Is that supposed to mean... Hold on, no, I want to... my brain wasn't thinking right.
Hold it!
Okay, so I wasn't thinking of that, that mindset.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Cat image. That's what I mean. That was the cat images that I selected. That's what that evidence is. Okay, so if that's not what it is, then it must be this one, right?
Take that!
Alright then, juror number 3. Are you saying you can do this with any 2 suitable photographic prints? Of course I can. Very well then, I'd like you to demonstrate. I'll be delighted to. Just give me one more print and I'll amaze you all. Oh no, wait a second. Wait a minute, I don't have the other print, do I? Well, this doesn't make any sense. Oh no, what am I done? Oh, hold on, wait. That doesn't help either. Is that not... Oh my god. I don't... Some real sentry over... I'm sorry. I don't have another photo. I don't have another photo. I don't have another photo. So what do I do? Okay, so hold on. That's not gonna be right, though. Sorry? What do you mean, one more print? Oh dear, oh dear. Don't you have these in the Far East? Don't you know how a stereoscope works? We know. What? You need 2 photographs for a stereoscope, remember? You know, one for the left eye and one for the right. Oh yes, I remember now. But what we have from the pawnbrokery is just a formal photograph. No, I think you'll find that the clue is in the name. It's a stereoscope, not a monoscope. You always need 2 prints. Thanks for the friendly explanation. Well, if we obtain another print at some point later in the trial, we can always show it to this young man then. Aha! I think you'll find that... No, that person is really starting to annoy me.
Let's get things back on track, shall we, Counsel?
So, what was... All we need is another shot from a slightly different location, and we can see the scene in 3 dimensions. I don't know if pressing will... Can it really show up in new clues, though? You don't know? Let's try. How about this print here? Should it do the trick, I think? I'll try this.
Take that!
That is literally the same... Okay, so Judge... Pressing that dialogue doesn't change anything. Okay. Okay, well, let's just... Okay, so let's just talk to you. Please tell me you're not Velen Borshvik, the Russian revolutionary? Revolutionary? Hold on, my chair is falling apart underneath me. I need to fix it. The stupid chair. Chair Coon, or whatever you want to call him, is literally on his last leg. Like, not even as a joke. It's just literally breaking. The judge woke up from his nap and realized we were way off topic. Exactly. Chair Coon needs a revolutionary. I'm getting hungry, like, really bad. Duh, I believe there is such a rumor. It's just a rumor? As you see, I have unfortunate appearance. I look like vicious criminal. Your words, not mine. Just want to point that out. People call me revolutionary, murderer, autocrat. And which glove fits? Good day, I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take the bus to the Crystal Tower, please. Right, that didn't sound staged at all. You'll forgive me for having my doubts. To be treated like vicious criminal all the time, it is very painful. People do not realize. So I have much sympathy for these brothers. People say they are the criminals only because of how they look. The Skulkin brothers? Da, maybe they went inside the pawnbroker shop. But they have done nothing wrong. That is all I want to say. The Skulkin brothers did nothing wrong that night. Alright, well, first of all, that's one not-so-little misunderstanding I'll need to clear up straight away. Tell me something, Iris. What is it, Bruno? The jurors are chosen at random from the inhabitants of London town, aren't they? Yes, it's amazing, isn't it? In that case, how is it that there's a Russian tourist sitting among them who looks for all the words like who looks for all the world like a revolutionary? I wish I knew. If I can't change the minds of more than half of these 6 jurors, the trial will be over. But we know that Jeannie would never shoot anyone. Yes, so we need to find a contradiction to what these jurors are saying and pit them against each other. I must be ready to go whatever lengths I have to convince them of Gina's innocence. Oh, okay. This could work. We should get in the fight.
Objection.
They don't contradict each other. Good lord! Counsel, explain yourself. Oh my statement? Contradictory?
Contradict. C-O-N. Juror number 6, you've got the wrong end of the stick. I do not have stick. I have mouse. Why is he petting a mouse? As juror number 2 said earlier, when the Skulkin brothers fled the scene on the night in question, they fired a shot from their revolver. Yes, they shot poor Mr. Sholmes in the abdomen, I understand. Surely you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear. Abdomen, abdomen, A-B-D. Sir. Sorry, my English is still learning. You are telling the court you didn't hear. Oh, it's so cute. Forgive me, I did not hear. Ugh. Ah, here is word abdomen, part of person's body containing stomach and other vital organs. If this is what you mean, you should say in plain English. I am Russian, not native speaker. Who thought it was a good idea to let this man be on the jury again? They're reading the translation with him. So, you are telling me these brothers who look like criminals were lying. They said before we never done nothing, but the truth is they shot detective. This is double negative. Yes, that's exactly right. Lying is wrong, especially when lie is said by a person who looks like criminal. Coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced. No, the mouse! This means, when they said we never took nothing, maybe it was also a big fat lie. Is this true? Well, according to the police report, no stolen goods were found, so... Enough! I trust no one now. It's not the mouse's fault, though, sir. I must see with own eyes. I must investigate crime scene myself! I'm afraid that won't be possible. Yes, it is, Runa. Easily. I'm sorry? With prints from Hurry's red-handed recorder. Ah. You can compare the print with the pictures that Green in Genie and the next print from an hour later. You'll be able to see straight away if anything was taken or not. Yeah. Cooey! Mr. Prosecutor! Oh my god! She's talking to Dracula! Tut. Calling on the prosecution in the middle of a summonation examination of all times. The print showing the accused threatening the victim after she broke into the shop is this one. Following this, the victim and the accused moved into the storeroom. Meanwhile, the Skulkin brothers entered the shop and summarily heard the fatal gunshot ring out. Sadly, none of these events were captured on film. This is a print produced with the camera half an hour later, after the brothers' fight. So this is taken after Hurley was shot then. As far as I can tell, nothing has been taken. That does seem to be the case. I can't notice anything that's obviously missing in the second print. And you just, you're like, I was taking a nap! Can I have it, please? So, the brothers who looked like criminals only told only one lie. They shot men, but stole nothing. It would seem so, yes. Good. No, not good! You were right. I did not understood situation. I now know brothers have lied. I think it's very important to continue his trial. I mean, there we go. Okay, that works, right? Yay! Well done, Runo. The balance is shifting. Well, it's a start, I suppose. But there must be more in what these jurors are saying that I can use to expose the truth. Murder is okay. If I can do that, might be able to turn the situation in our favor still.
Thank you, counsel. Continue with the summonation examination. And kindly hand that new photographic print to the bailiff to be filed as evidence.
Yay! We can continue! Alright. Another print in the court record. I wonder if we can make use of that. Yes, we can, sir. Yes, sir. In this lake of lies are many dead fish. We must find truth. Therefore, I say, Not guilty verdict. No, I didn't mean that. No, I don't want to loop around. I didn't mean to hit that button. I was going to go the other direction. Okay. You look a lot like someone I've seen before in this court with just bigger eyes. Let me show up with new clues, though. Don't know. Let's try.
Take that!
Alright then, juror number 3. Are you... Okay. Of course you can. Alright. Alright. Alright, take this one. This empty one. Alright, these 2 prints were both taken with the same camera and window banks on the night in question. Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Lawyer. Do you know how stereographic images work? Do you understand the principle? Well, I think so. I did have a lesson only yesterday from Miss Iris. The left and right eye images need to be the same, only with a slight shift in positions of some objects. Then when your brain merges the 2 images together inside your head, it notices the shift as if it were depth. Yes, exactly. That is the small shift between certain objects in the 2 pictures that's really important. So what happens if you use 2 photographs that are exactly the same then? No, obviously that wouldn't work at all, for not seeing the scene 3-dimensionally anyway. Oh. Oh! Of course, now I see! Ah! I think the young girl's discovered the secret. I have! She's going cross-eyed again! I can't with her, she's hilarious! I thought for sure when Iris first showed up, I thought I wasn't gonna like her. Boy, was I wrong. I was so incredibly wrong. Can you uncross your eyes before you tell me? This is the face of a genius. I mean, it's true. Have another look at these 2 pictures from Hurley's camera, Runo. Go on. I'm not gonna be able to. I can't cross my eyes. Can you see the really obvious difference between them? Well, I see a blatant one without needing to cross my eyes. Yes. Of course there is. There are 2 people in the first and no people in the second. Well, yes, you can see that straight away. But now, try looking for pictures in 3 dimensions. Alright, I'll give it a go. So, to start with, you have to cross your eyes and then try to make the 2 pictures overlap exactly. Brother, what the... Let's see if by crossing my eyes I can make the quill pins. The quill pins from each picture overlapping that. Oh, this hurts. I can't cross my eyes on command. I can't get this angle right. It's just too blurry. This is impossible. I can't. This is giving me a headache. Oh, God, game, could you please just do it for me? I can't. Wait. This game is... Well, did you manage to see it properly, Runo? I'm just gonna say it. Yes, I saw it. Ugh. What's going on with these 2 pictures? Some of the things on the counter sort of jump out at you. Oh my god! Oh my god! The judge was cross-eyed for just a second. Just a second. I couldn't see it. And then the prosecution's got the device. Yes, that's it. That's you see. That's the other amazing power of stereoscopes. The other amazing power. Is someone going to explain this? Black magic? Why the deuce some of the things on the counter seem to jump out at you like that, I think you'll find that if you consider the basic principle of stereoscope, you'll answer your own question. Basic principles of the stereoscope. As I said before, if you try to look at 2 identical pictures using a stereoscope, it won't work at all. That's the slight shift in positions of certain objects that lets you see pictures in 3-dimensionally. In other words, even though at first glance seems the objects on the counter haven't moved at all between the 2 pictures, Okay, I can see it. The like the doll over there has shifted a lot. So, for example, like everything is slightly moved a little bit different. Ever so slightly. It shows that actually there must have been a slight shift in their positions. Yes, there must have been. But what does that... Okay, but what does that mean? The whole fire there, sir. Got a reasonable grasp of this whole cross-eyed business now, I'd say. I still don't see it yet. But why the devil does this shift between two prints exist in the first place? Well, what's the answer, fella? Come on, you're the cross-eyed master. I am not. What, me? I have the first idea. I'm just bluffing. You know, Runo, it's quite simple. It is. Just think it through step by step. The first photograph was taken at 1 a.m. Then, 30 minutes later, the second photograph was taken. But the position of some items on the counter appears to have shifted slightly in the interior. So that means that sometime in the half-hour interval, someone must have tampered with things on the counter. Zolkers! Someone tampered? New information. Stop. Not mentioned in the testimony so far. Stop. Yes, we've had to go around in circles a little here, it seems. But I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in this summonation examination now. Ladies and gentlemen, the question now is clear. God, this is so dumb. We know the items on the countertop have moved, but by whom? Are you... Are you suggesting you might know? Of course. I can tell you right now who is responsible for the almost interceptable shift of items on the counter. What? It's Sasato! She did it! It was... Man, this is only 32? Well, I don't think it was her. I'm gonna try with one of the brothers. It was the witnesses currently in the stand, the Skulkin brothers. Thank you. I think it was Kazuma. Wait. This does not agree with what brothers said in testimony before. They said they did not even have time to pull dukes from Lucy Lockets. My phrase book says dukes is meaning hands, and Lucy Lockets is meaning pockets. But this is not a lie! Is this what you're saying? He sounds almost like the prosecution now. It was the mouse. Yes, I'm afraid so. Now, hold on there a minute. You can't be sure of that. I quite agree. The accused is a common pick purse, after all. Especially possible that she went through the things on the desk and see what she might steal. I think that's unlikely. And why? Exactly. As you can see from this photographic print, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim. It would seem that, as my learned friend indicated, that she was coercing Mr. Windibank to open the storeroom door. In other words, Miss Lestrade's interests lay within the storeroom, not the main shop, giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter. All of which points to one thing. The Skulkin brothers have omitted key facts in their testimony. But the accused is a pick purse, common gutter trash. Why look any further for the wrongdoer here? Because the Skulkin brothers are thieves, ma'am. No better, in fact worse than a pick purse. I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would condemn the defendant on the grounds that she's a pickpocket, would it not be at least right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony given to her by two thieves?
Well said. I, for one, would like to hear more from that shady pair.
Headbutt! That's a very good point. Can you all see now? Y'all think you'll find stereoscopes aren't playthings. You've seen their extraordinary potential firsthand. Wholeheartedly agree. Stop. Must purchase after trial. Stop. Will return home via Regent Street. Stop. I like her a lot better in this trial than the first one. That's 4. That's all we needed. Well, it would seem this trial is yet to run its course. I love the fact that all we really needed to do, it wasn't the fact that we had to prove innocence. We had to prove the fact that, guys, you're judging based on the fact that the defendant is a pickpocket, but we're gonna believe thieves over the pickpocket. It's like, that's all we had to show. Like, guys, you're really just not thinking this through. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their implementations via the mighty scales of justice. We did it, guys! We defeated prejudice! I hereby call the summation examination to conclusion with the balance altered in the defendant's favor. 2 lean to guilty, 4 lean to not guilty. Accordingly, the jury is without consensus. And there, I order this trial to continue.
Yay, well done. Oh, by the way.
What? You should hold on to this, Runo. You'll never know when it might come in useful. Twice in one trial would be unusual, surely, but alright. Thank you, because I cannot see this nonsense. Other than the light being shattered, I could see that things had slightly shifted, but you needed to see both of them next to each other to see it. And by guys, I mean a single small child. Lord Van Zeeks, you will instruct the witnesses that the court demands additional testimony from them. I'm sure it was okay to do so, my lord. I've won myself another chance to probe that pair about their activities that night at least. And I won't stop probing them until I've proven that Gina is innocent. Is this the break in the trial? Alrighty. It was at this moment Dracula knew he... Alright. I think 5 hours is plenty of stream for tonight. So, we've dipped our toes into this trial, and we're gonna continue it next time. The Adventure of the Unspeakable Story. That's what it was called. It sure do be, because I've been getting hungry, and I know if I don't stop now, we're gonna be going for a while. But about an hour and a half. Where are they? Iris. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, Iris is packing. she do be though. She's got a small bazooka in her wherever she pulls it. I guess she must have a purse or something. A satchel. I don't actually see it because she's not on screen enough to see. So I don't know if we're gonna finish the trial next time. I don't know how long it's gonna be, but we're gonna continue it next time for sure. We got a good deal. We dipped our toes into this. We defeated prejudice for now. I don't know. I'm definitely excited to continue, and we'll be continuing soon. So this was a lot of fun. It's good. Like, it's good. It took me a little bit. I was a little stuck there for a bit, but it's good, and I like this. So, I don't know if I'll be able to actually stream midweek this game, like I think. These long as version 3s. I know, they're really long, but the game's also trying to tell its story as well alongside the trials. So it's not going there for the, it's not doing it for, like, a set way like the other Ace Attorneys have done. It's kind of broken up the format a lot, which I really do like. They're focusing on the story building as opposed to, the status quo of the series and the gameplay. Like, for example, the whole second trial, or the second episode, didn't even have a trial. It was just entirely a long investigation period of logic and trouble solving, ending with Sherlock Holmes' little logical deduction, as opposed to a court battle. Which, I mean, in a game, and essentially is still a battle of logic and wits, but I like that the game has broken up its the status quo to tell an interesting story, and it's been interesting so far. It's like the stuff about McGillhead is definitely going to come up later on, I'm sure. Oh, I remember that long 7-hour finale. Man, I played version 3's finale. Yeah, we're stopping for tonight, Melts. We're going to continue the trial next time, because 5 hours is the max I want to go anyway. For any stream, really. It's a long time. And I was recording like 2 hours before the stream, so I've been at this desk for a long time today. I'm getting very hungry too. So I didn't want to stop with the big cliffhanger that freaking the investigation left us with Sasato and all the other stuff. But I definitely can't go any further. As much as I want to, I'm getting exhausted. So tomorrow night we're probably gonna continue. I'm probably gonna continue Bug Fables, and then after that, I'm not entirely sure what I'm gonna do for the rest of the week. I might start the next Pokemon series I said I was gonna start. I'm not sure, which I think was gonna be Shield next. I can't remember. I can't believe the sus girl actually got ejected. I know, my heart is freaking aching for her. But the weather report thingy is making me think that after the trial, we're gonna go and try and catch her or something like at the harbor or some nonsense. Maybe her departure has been delayed. No, wait, I finished all of that last stream. Unless you want me to do extra things that are outside of the story missions, Sonic Adventure 2's over. That's how much shorter that game is. I finished all of the hero story in one stream, and then in the second stream I did all the villain story and then the final mission. And it took way too long. I was exhausted with it by the time it was over. So yeah, Sonic Adventure 2 is already over. Maybe I'll look into something else to play instead of jumping into Pokemon. We'll see. I don't know. But I definitely want to do Shield soon so I can do Pokemon XD next. I'm not sure if I have anything else really majorly going on. I guess I could... the problem... I was going to say, maybe I could just go back and do some more Hat in Time Death Wishes, but then I remember I've only really got, like, the final boss fight left in that, and I haven't gone back to finish it yet. So, I don't know if I want to devote a stream just to trying to beat the boss gauntlet when I haven't played the boss gauntlet in several weeks. So I don't know yet what we're going to do. Three Houses is probably longer than any mainland Pokemon game. That's probably true. I mean, unless you're if you're talking about all three story paths, probably. Unless you just mean, like, a singular one, in which case that would be insane. I don't know how much of Three Houses I was planning. I was planning on starting Three Houses either after this game was over or after Bug Fables was over. Oh, a single one? Oh my lord. That's gonna be a lot of gameplay. I don't know if I'll do all three stories in one on stream. We'll have to see. I'm not looking to play another game on stream for 130 hours like I did with Persona 5 Royal. That was exhausting to do a second time. Like, I kind of wish I hadn't. Oh, well, that's fair. And Sword and Shield, well, Shield won't take that long either, honestly. So Shield will probably won't take as long. Ow. I need to get the art finished for it too. So I might have to put it off a little bit. We'll see. I haven't really thought about a whole lot of other series I'm planning on starting soon, because it's like after Ace Attorney and Bug Fables, other than the Pokemon stuff, I really have not had anything solidly planned out. Okay, so it's like the only things I say are planned right now to stream is at some point Xenoblade X, just to see it. Don't even know if it'll be a full playthrough. Three Houses, Pokemon Shield, and then Pokemon XD. And then after that, I'm not sure. I might be picking up the new Pokemon games and doing those on the stream as well. Well, I mean, Xenoblade 3's there on the pipeline too. I just don't know if I'm gonna, when I'm gonna do it yet. That's the thing. I don't know when I will do Xenoblade 3. That's the thing. I don't want to have too many RPGs. I don't really count Pokemon games as RPGs that much because they're so much kind of their own thing. Oh, eventually, then yes. But I was trying to think of what was going to be coming up soon, and I don't know. Maybe I'll do another Sonic game. I don't know. Sonic Adventure 2 did not last nearly as long as I thought, so maybe I'll do another Sonic game. I don't know. Wade some more time through. And I'll probably play the new Pokemon games when they come out. I had a fun idea of something to do with that one. But we'll see. I had a very interesting idea of what to do with Pokemon Violet and Scarlet. It'll definitely be an investment, and hopefully it actually ends up working out to be a good idea. So, but we'll have to see. Oh right, Splatoon 3 will come out this Friday. I have it pre-ordered, so it'll be shipped to my house soon. But I may not be able to play it until, like, I don't know, this Saturday or Sunday anyway. I won't be able to play it on... I don't know if I'll be able to play it on launch day. But, something like that. I'm not sure. We'll have to find out. Also, just for the sake of it, I don't know if I'm going to jump right back into the Great Ace Attorney 2 after Case 5, Episode 5 is done. I'm not sure. It depends. It's sleep time. Yeah, I'm going to go. Have a good night, guys. Thanks for joining me for the Ace Attorney. Sorry for those in post if you had too much that you didn't want to watch, but, you know, at least it's there. So, have a good night, everyone. I'll be back tomorrow night with Bug Fables. Oh yeah, we got the freaking the chapter 7 of Bug Fables to do. That stuff's happening. So yeah, we'll have stuff to do tomorrow night in Bug Fables for sure. Have a good night, guys. I will see you guys in the next stream. Bye bye, everyone. Have a good one. Good night.